Good morning, everyone. I'm Tassinix, and welcome to the off week. Yeah, it's a Conquest and Chill stream, so I've got a full mug of coffee, a bunch of energy, and a lot to do in Sector 5. I'm ready to field all of the questions that you have. How is everybody doing this morning? Good morning, Black Hammer. Death's Helm, thanks for reminding me that I needed to update the Twitch title for the stream, because it still said Grand Arena. Yeah. Let's get a little music on in the background and get ready to roll. But yeah, submit your questions and we'll get to them. Sorry for that. Probably blew a couple of you out. It's my bad. All right. Hey, good morning, Big Deal. Good morning, Sheepdog. Always a pleasure seeing patrons in the chat. Always a pleasure seeing anyone in the chat, but you know what I mean. Why not? I already have the others. By the way, some people do ask, what do I run in Conquest? I'm usually running, as far as cards go, just stacking offense on buffs or assists. Just stacking offense is generally overpowered. However, I do like when you have to use a purple card. War of Attrition's fine. Some of the others are okay. I still like to keep a critical tactics. Fortified has grown on me, and Vitality's okay if I'm trying to push, push an extra battle or two and get into low stamina. Blackhammer asks, I wanted to ask, I was looking at your Balin mod videos and noticed you did Shin but never Marok. Do you plan on doing it as well? Yeah, the answer is yes, first of all. And I've said several times here recently that I am going to get that done and get back to making mod guide videos. Because I do want to make them. And I want to do Treya's team next, to be honest. That's very, very frequently requested, and I love that team, so I'd love to talk about that. But yeah, Marok, I will make a video. I wonder. Where do I keep that? That would be way on down in the bottom, wouldn't it? Something like 17. Oh, we're close. Nope, that's from seasons ago. What about 18? There's the one I made for Shin. There's the one I made for Marok. So that one's number 19. I'll probably end up recording this here this weekend. Is the real answer. But if you want to have a quick notion of what to do. I do like him in crit chance and crit damage mods. This is a character who really is going to be getting not a ton of turns. I know he can get reset and throw this a couple times in a row, but I don't want to depend on that. So for characters that need to hit hard and need to hit hard early, you usually can't do better than a crit damage set in general. Offense, cross, crit damage, triangle. I went with speed because speed does matter for this team. I like them to all be fairly fast. He's the slowest of the three, so it goes Balin, Shin, Marok. You need to make sure that you need to have enough gap of speed between Marok and Shin such that if he gains... Whenever Purge is consumed or dispelled on an enemy, this character gains 3% turn meter. So... 3% here. So 310 is what mine is, divided by 0.97. That would be a 3% turn meter gain. So he's effectively 319, which means that ideally my Shin is 320. So that's what I mean. You might not necessarily proc this Purge. You most of the time can choose to not proc this Purge. But sometimes this just ends up happening. It's not the end of the world if Marok's out ahead. That just means that I might use his basic on his first turn because I really do really do like Shin hitting first. I don't know. It's anyway, like his hit is just enormous. AoE special damage, which reminds me, the other thing about this, so yeah, you see speed, you see crit damage triangle, some good offense added, but it's actually a ton of crit chance on this guy, because you are getting a bunch of crit chance through Soldier of Fortune. I want to say Shin is handing it out, like a ton of it, but you still want to have a decent basis, because we must crit with this guy. We really want to crit with this guy, because you may get one or two of his special, and it needs to slap. So that's something to keep in mind. Yeah, grats on red boxing yesterday, Dobby. The 500 crystal relic packs are good, are back, which are good value and which are must buy. I think that's highly circumstantial. Interesting question here, Sheepdog. So yeah, I saw that it just got updated. It really depends on what your need is. I would say consider what you can buy. So I buy pretty much slicing materials here with this, but what is it? Which store am I thinking of? Is it this one? Yeah. So when I need them, I will buy Electrum conductors and Zinbittle cards out of here. Erodium heat sinks, chromium transistors, and bronzium wirings. I have a lot of lower level materials that I can still break down to make hundreds of these at will. So I'm not in the same crunch that somebody else might be. I know a lot of folks get jammed up on bronzium wirings, and that could be a problem. I don't know that I want to... You use them in really large chunks, though. You use a lot of bronzium wiring at a time. So I feel like spending 500 crystals on that is... It feels bad. I wouldn't want to do it, but if I were short, now, you know... We're coming up on GAC lock here. Next Monday going into Tuesday, right? If you were short on having a GL going from 7 to 8 or 8 to 9, something like that, I might do that to plug that hole, have it ready for Grand Arena just because. Well, you know, it's a big difference on a Galactic Legend. But otherwise, I would probably buy myself. Relic amplifier packs are decent value for me, because I don't want to spend my raid currencies and stuff on pretty much anything like the high level one, the Mark III. I pretty much just want to spend on Aeromags when I can. So if I had to do it on impulse detectors or Zinbittle cards, probably would, and I would do it begrudgingly if I had to on relic amplifiers. Almost never would I do it for any of these others. I would have to have a critical shortage to consider it. So I know you might be asking, you know, what I think is good value from, you know, like a mathematical point of view, and I would happily refer you to Egnards, who I'm sure has long ago put out the math on the value, you know, on a per dollar basis, if that's the spirit of your question. But for me, the spirit of the question would be, what do you need and how bad do you need it that you're going to spend crystals on it? Because, like I said, the rest of this stuff you can find by other means. All right. Let's see here. Are the keypads worth the 500, you're asking? The keypads? Oh, these. Right? Is that what you're saying? The carbonite circuit boards? Maybe? This is in the same sort of thing that I'm saying when, like, I try not to buy these lower level materials when I know that I can scavenge them up. These three. These four. So, erodium heat sinks, chromium transistors, bronzium wiring, and carbonite circuit board. I would avoid, if I could, buying these with crystals. Oh, the Gerda pads. Yeah, right. Okay, yeah. Okay, if you were talking about Gerdas, going back to the shipments, as far as stuff that I'll spend on, again, if I had something like 17, 18 Gerda keypads, something like that, and I otherwise had the materials ready to go on a Relic 9, yeah, the value sucks on this for your Mark III, but if I'm coming up on a lock-in for a new week of Grand Arena, easy choice. Doing it every time. 100% of the time. Like, so much of the top of the game is about, what little advantages you can eke out over an opponent. And, Relic 9s is certainly one of them. Accumulating them is a thing. Hey, Womp Rat. Hey! You're nearly home? Good. Glad you're, traveling safe. Ryrock, happy up, Tassinix. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Who is my daddy and what does he do? An excellent question. A fine meme. Let's see. Black Hammer asks, I modded him for offense and crit chance with a crit chance triangle with about 9k special offense at Relic 7. That actually sounds pretty banging. I really tried to focus on crit chance, but I like the way you modded him. Well, I'll be honest. I didn't invent it. I surveyed a few of the other top players and found that this was something that was powerful and attainable for me. Some of the things that players in the top 10 of the game can do across their whole roster, I cannot yet do. Like, in other words, to have some of their characters match the same way that I'd like to do it, it would cost me just screwing up 2 or 3 other characters in a way that I can't stomach. So, you doing it with the offense and the high crit chance with the triangle, I can see that. And I feel like that's a decent hedge because your crit isn't going to be anywhere near as large, but critically striking with high offense is not bad, especially if you have a decent percent offense secondary on that triangle. So best of luck to you on that. Ravens fan, morning Tass. Morning to you. Got a full mug of coffee. It's an overcast, slightly chilly day here. I really like these days, actually. These days where it looks kind of like early morning all day long. Psychosomatic trick makes you feel like the day's just always starting. Anyway, did I miss any questions? Do I need to catch up? Hey, Franco, missed you there, saying good morning. Yeah, okay. Means we get to maybe dig into some actual conquests. Let's see what we got. What are the feats here? Okay, that's easy. Phoenix. Evasion down. Who's evasion down? Inquisitorius? And then JKL. So that's just JML Jedi Cal. That's easy. Shin's easy. Okay. All right. Are you fielding dumb questions today, Tass? It doesn't have to be specifically Swugger. I think we would all, in general, appreciate that Swugger-related questions get the priority. But if this ends up turning into another pizza stream, I'm not going to end up mad at it. Hopefully that's answering what you're looking for. So, boom. So, okay. Yeah. So, yeah, I like it like this. When you've got Balin going first, doing the Dispel, doing the stun, then her hitting, increasing all the cooldowns, and just doing a really big hit. Because the size of this hit in Grand Arena is something else. I don't think it's special about Grand Arena, but that's where I notice it anyway. So you see that they're right, and then pop, I don't know if it's Datacron related that resets him, but anyway. That is the turn order I like. Yeah, chilly here too. Yeah, it is. It is. I love how you equate dumb question with Swugger question. Actually, I equated dumb question with a non-Swugger question. So it's like, it's like dumb questions. I feel like you mean not Swugger. something, you know, like what is my favorite color of shoe or something. It's like, I'll do those. I'll do those. Anyway. Frankto says, I need a modding project. Kind of at a loss where to go from. Any thoughts? I mean, that's something where you should be doing something tailored. If you've seen the mod guide videos, like the how-to mod videos, part 1 and 2, we do cover what you should kind of go for when you don't feel like you have a shortage, which is generally going to be something like speed or offense for a 4 set, and then for a 2 set, certainly in the last year, the prominence of defense as a 2 set is a big deal. Crit chance has had some real value on a few characters in the last year, so if you know, like, for example, take a look at Marok. Trust me when I say it was a stretch for me to get that much crit chance onto Marok. Special crit chance, okay? Yeah, hold on a second, gotta close this window. I like the windows open in the morning, but not when it's that cold. Task, I want to update a character to relicate, but not sure who. I'm not shooting for any particular journey guide character, and all these options are already R7. Options are JKL, Crew, Gas, Chrysanthemum, BAM, JKA, BKM, Drogon, Jedi Cal, and Marauder. I mean, one that jumps right out to me is JKA. JKA at higher relics, I mean, is better for him, better for the fleet. That fleet is, Negotiator's a banger to this day. So, not a bad call on that. But otherwise, my favorite would probably have to be Gas. Gas is an incredible character, and I have never regretted putting more and more resources into that guy. Well, Frank, I mean, if you feel like there's a team that your modding is just lacking for, pick a few candidates. Let's talk about it. Throw me something concrete, because I don't. Link me your account. Let's talk about it. Ask me something specific, like what specific teams you feeling are weak, and we can look at them and kind of think about which way. Something like that. Okay, Ravens fan says, thoughts were that some are for character utility and others are for ships. I'm generally prioritizing things to do with ships first. Ships is an RNG fest in general, no matter what the counters are, and investing more relics, particularly for any ships that you would have conceivably on the front line of a fight, like you're starting 3 ships, more relics is better. It just is. Like, you win the coin flips. You survive hits better, even if it's... I can't tell you how many times I've failed to kill somebody. They survived with a red sliver of health, and there I am fighting with a Relic 8 ship, when a Relic 9 ship, conceivably, over a couple of hits in the fight, would have definitely made up that little red difference that I couldn't quite finish off. It does add up. How well you prioritize it should definitely fit within the rest of your plan about, what journey, guide character, or galactic legend you're going to. But given those characters you listed, JKA jumps right out, man. What's my hot utils? Well, hold on. I gotta catch up and see if I missed any questions. Hold on. Lost Swamp Rat says, okay, dumb question. What is my favorite type of dead bug, and why is it stalkers? Man, you don't even know yet, Womprat. So, you know how we have right now in Helldivers this these flamethrower mechs, these flame-charged mechs. They're nasty. They're nasty. The bugs have something worse. Imagine that a stalker crossbred with an alpha commander, and then they kind of just infected all of the other bugs with that. Because even the little ones, the little flying ones, that fly at you in little waves, they move and slash quickly like stalkers on certain worlds at certain times. I don't think you've been to that with us yet in game, But that is quite possibly the most horrendous experience. Yes. All right. Black Hammer asks, to add on to that, is Shin worth the Relic Gate? Well, this is a super common question. Is X or Y, worth a Relic 8? It's in comparison to what? What are the other goals that you're competing with at the time? Like, in and of itself, absolutely. Attackers benefit strongly from added relics up through Relic 8 because you get a decent chunk of added offense in addition to the health and, bits of crit chance here and there. A little bit of armor dashed in. It's nice. The only reason to take an attacker to Relic 9 is you've got a whole host of other Relic 9s already done, and or there's some really specific benefit to Relic 9 and attacker. For example, the new Crosshair character, his special ability is, I want to say, doing more critical damage per each Relic amplifier level. There's other Relic Amplifier level synergy in the team. I know there's something for Wrecker. I know there's a healing effect for the whole team from Omega's lead, depending on how many. The point is like when you're doing non-tanks or non-GLs for Relic 9, there should be a specific reason, because there's a lot of stuff that should come ahead of that. So Relic 8 for Shin, absolutely. Going up higher than that should come much, much, much later. I know you didn't ask that, but people will. Okay. Depressed Wampa says, I think I'm going to go for the double-edged sickle first. You sold it to me when I watched you use it. Dude, I'm telling you, man. So my friend George linked me that. You played with him before. That's Ivory Black in game. He's the one that linked me that video, and that setup where you have two people running the double-edged sickle in fire-resistant armor, and then you have somebody behind them. One guy, so you have two gunners and then one medic behind them, wearing stim armor, running the stim pistol. So the stims that you're shooting from it, also their duration is also increased by another 2 seconds. The healing effect itself. So you can just tap each one of your gunners in front of you every few seconds, and they can just infinitely mow legions down, because when that thing ramps up to the heavy armor penetration, it's a few seconds shot into the center visor of a Hulk or whatever, and it's gone, just gone. So crazy. Let's see. Big Deal asked Task, what's your Hot Utils mod score? Let's check. Profile, me? Just me? Or do you mean the Omega Bot mod score? I'm assuming that profile is the command to use on Hotbot. I can also do the Omega Bot one. I really like how they do it. Mod score. Me. Nah, this is just the regular, comparison page thing. But here, I've got the Omega Bot thing. Where is it? Okay. So it says Hot Util score. You can barely see it. There would be a 12.81. But there's what my mod score, or my mod histogram looks like. Oh, we have done them, Womp Rat? Gosh, I hate those damn things. I hate those damn bugs. Okay. 12.81. Yep. Thanks, Kev. I see you there. Love seeing the patrons showing out. All right. Hot Utils, you go to guild over you and see. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Exo sees the mod score. He's like, eh. Fair. All right. Let me see where I'm at with questions. You're pretty happy with your modding. Okay, we can take a look here real quick. Well, why doesn't that highlight? Let's see if this works. Okay, so this is you, Frankto. Let's see what we got going here. Well, first of all, what size of account? 11.8. Okay, number 2. Okay, you've got most of the goods. Alright, just letting my eyes pass over it, I can certainly say that you have a lot of characters that are in tip-top shape spec-wise. You also have some characters that are wildly in excess. Especially, you know, considering that some characters aren't ideal. Like, I don't think gas needs to be 300. If you have a very specific application of gas, there are those where it does benefit him to be specifically so fast. That can work. Okay, you went with the high protection. Okay, I can respect that. Okay, and you have decent added armor. This is fair. This is a fair build. Over time, it would be awesome to cultivate a crit damage triangle here. Because you can see that these protection secondaries that you have on square, diamond, they're not the biggest, so they themselves can be replaced. Heck, this diamond, can easily be replaced, right? You could argue that the speed and the protection are the only good things on that. This is a really good mod, though. Yeah, so you can get more protection out of some of these side mods. You can get a crit damage triangle that would ideally have speed, percent offense, and then, if we're being super greedy, like percent and flat protection. And then you can have the best of both worlds. But you can compromise a lot of speed here if you're mostly using him as the 501st lead. Because he's doing most of his damage through counterattacks. But anyway, I think some re-optimization of some of your speeds is in order, because you have some really high-tuned characters that probably don't need all this love. Like, for example, yeah, this is the one that jumped out to me most, is Bosk. Like, you've got excellent specs that are really close to a lot of mine for so many characters, but the Bosk is like 312. Now, again, in Kyber 2, probably entirely serviceable. I don't want to tell you you're wrong, but to me, like, if you watch my stream often, doing bounty hunters versus gas, season in, season out, you've got to have them flying. And it's not just this character. There can and would be others if I really just, read each one out. But I like it. It's a good roster overall. Let's take a look at the mod situation real quick. Filters. Just out of curiosity, your proportion of 6 dots. What are we looking at? Sort by speed. Ooh, wow, you've got some really excellent mods in here. Wow, nice. Nice. Yeah, I mean, nothing is looking really, bad to me. Like, you have a really nice roster, man. Yeah, if you have questions about a specific shortage or something, but you were saying that you're overall pretty comfortable where your account is, so nice. Looks nice. I would need a more specific question to really evaluate if there's a problem. Anyway, good read into it. Yeah, stalkers suck. I hate them. Let me catch up with the chat. Hey, Solip. What's going on? How do you feel? What made you feel? I'm not reading that aloud, but that was funny. That was good. No making eye contact with me? That's right. That's right. That's right. This is my corner of the showers. Very nice. Gas needs more defense. Defense. His particular gas has, in my opinion, more speed than is needed. But and you could easily trade some speed for more offense is what I would say is the highest priority. Because yes, gas ramps offense, but you really want to give a huge base to that. You want him to be ramping 4% offense, off of a number that's closer to 10k or better. 10, 11, 11 plus at Relic 9 is very doable. Still in the crit damage triangle. Again, would require, some very cultivated mods, but gas is one of those characters that's worth it, so. It's mostly teams more than specific mods. You got a team? I mean, again, folks, feel free to ask your questions too, but, you got a specific team that you're feeling iffy about, let me know. My defense hasn't been performing its best, and I'm wondering if maybe some of my specific teams aren't where they should be. My speeds tend to be fairly serviceable. I guess I'm just at the point where all I have left to do is nitpicking. That is definitely part of higher end play. As you might expect, there's a lot of homogenization in how characters are modded at the top end. There are a few Mavericks who go against the trend, and they have specific reasons for doing so. But yeah, pursuing those high-end specs, there's reasons that a lot of those characters have the same mods. It's, and at that specific level. So if you're feeling like people are getting through, if you're looking through your history, like let's see here, your Grand Arena history, for example. So you won this one, so we'll learn more from a loss than a win, right? Let's take a look at this. So your attacks, that's fine. So we can see this. But let's see how he attacked you, right? Okay. He could have gotten jammed up on this, and he damn near did, so that was fine. Okay, he paid JMK for that. I wouldn't be dissatisfied with that. He drew Slacker. Arguably one of the most challenging teams now in 3 versus 3 on defense. He applied that to your Leia for a 53. I'm not seeing a bad value proposition so far. Traya versus Gungans, yes. Again, satisfied with that. All right, Padme versus Enoch, that's fine. That's a reasonable trade. He didn't know what he was doing here. He didn't account for the Giga Dodge, I guess. Yeah. Okay, he did beat Cam versus JMK. Wow, he's doing good strategy against you, and okay. Now, you said a monster of a defense. Wow. Oh, wow, the shame. Oh, wow, the shame. Man, that's a throw the phone moment for this guy. Wow. Losing C to JML. That hurts. That hurts. With Watt, no less. Holy crap, he timed out. So what does that mean? It means that he popped his ultimate. He transformed too early and had insufficient mastery to have the damage to pop through the bonus protection shield. So he just stalled out there over time. That's nice. All right, JML versus Lord Vader. Nothing wrong with that. Gas to clean. I would be very satisfied with what that defense drew. The guy used very appropriate stuff. Not mad at that at all. Okay, he did this, that, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Okay. Okay, see, people want to overkill. Blah, blah, blah. Treya versus Gungans again. Yep. So I think that if your opponents are using appropriate things against you. If you're feeling like your defense isn't impressing enough, I mean, if we go back to your season level view, you won more than you lost. So your proportion of what you're keeping for attack is probably sufficient. Check and see if it's too much. See if you can afford one more GL or near on to GL level team. See if that works for you, man. Yeah, no worries, Frankto. I mean, that's fine. If you can't think of it, you know, something specific right now, you guys know we're active on Discord. Active community. Hey, Scribe, how you doing, man? You know, saw your recent video, and me and a lot of folks were very moved. And I appreciate what you and the missus are going through. All the best to you, man. Really. I'll talk to you. I'll shoot you a DM and talk to you about it. But you know, I saw your video, and my you know, my heart's with you in the missus. Cosley, hey, what's going on, man? Good to see you. This is my first time seeing this defense report in the C fight. Is exactly what I was hoping would happen, but I'm surprised that it actually did. Yeah, I mean, you have to have the experience to know that you need to really hold on to popping that C ultimate until you have, you know, a minute and a half, 2 minutes at most left on the clock, because you really need to stack that mastery. And I want to say it's I think he gets percentage mastery when the linked characters go, and then additive mastery when he goes. Anyway, the point is that you need that to accumulate over many, many turns, and then it all gets doubled when he transforms. That's what you need. Yeah, it's great to have everybody tuning in. All right, next question, guys. You know, we can look at other folks' roster specific questions. I don't, you know, I'm not usually doing on stream roster reviews because I don't, you know, my streams are usually between 2 and 3 hours just doing Grand Arena. So if we get derailed by doing too much stuff like that, that starts pushing on to the next work day. I let Egnards talk me into turtling about 3 seasons back. Yeah, I assume by turtling you mean setting an extra robust defense. That's fine, yeah. There's you know, I mean, if you watch Fatal, that's really his shtick, right? Like, his thing is, I mean, shtick is not the right word for it, but that is his strategy. You know, he likes to set a really heavy defense and then explore just how high he can punch up with teams that he's got, you know, specially configured. So the harder you go on your defense, the more confident you have to be in your off counters, in your punch ups, and if you don't have the utmost confidence in a specific fight, how are you planning for the 2-shot? Are you setting enough of a defense where, you know, he would need, if you drop 1, you're really confident he's dropping more than 1 type of thing, right? Sheepdog. All right, man. Let's see what we got here. Let me do it like this. So what was that? 937624861. Sheepdog. All right. So, top 5 non-GLs I need to increase relics on. I like this question. Power. All right. Top 5 non-GLs. All right. 2 immediately is going to be, well, wait a minute. What was the question? Top 5? That I need to increase relic level on. Okay. You need to increase relic level on. Okay, that's a really nuanced question. But you said non-GLs, so I'm not going to mention GLs. How high is your Ahsoka? You have a Relic 9 Ahsoka. I think that as far as a threat condition when you're fighting Ahsoka, and we've got a couple seasons under our belt fighting her now, right? I wonder if any of you disagree with this, but I think that Ezra is the greater danger on the team than Ahsoka, and with all of the synergy with health on him, I would strongly urge you to consider taking him to Relic 9, especially because you already have Ahsoka Relic 9. And in my view, if I was kind of like resource constrained, I would take Ahsoka certainly to Relic 8 first. Like, let's say we take them, both up to Relic 7. If you had to pick, certainly the GL first. So let's say they're both Relic 7. Now Ahsoka 8, then Ezra 8, then Ezra 9, then Ahsoka 9. Like that. That's how I would do that. So that's one of them. Love that you got Malicos Relic 9. I have to think about that for Balin. Balin is... he's a tank, so he's also going to disproportionately gain going Relic 9, so I like that. Bosk Relic 9 for Fleet. For both squad and fleet applications. Strong choice. My eye's mostly going to be going to Relic 9, so if there's... you did ask. So let's see who else. Ben Solo Relic 8 should happen, man. That needs to happen. Love that you've got your Padawan, Obi, and Master Qui-Gon done. You have Drogon. You have Relic 8 here. I don't know that it's urgent, but Relic 9 long term is nice on Drogon, especially if you've already applied the Omicron. Dig this. If you look at mine, I think I copied this from Zid. I thought it was really, really smart, but health, cross, and triangle. Look for strong offense secondaries, and look at what you're producing health offense-wise, like special offense. Like the very best ones in the game are something like 16,000 special offense. Really, really high, okay? So, granted, I'm a little off that, and I am still trying to, get a secondary here and there. We'll see how close to that mark I can get. But still, strong speed, huge, insane health pool, further increased by that Omicron, right? I can tell you, within the last season or so, having this set up this way was a big deal for him not dying. Of course, you can revive him in the long term of the fight with Leia, but usually, if he's dying early, and you're probably going to lose the fight at that point because you don't have the momentum to, get around to her ultimate and revive him. Anyway, back to you. Ooh, Marin, right? You've seen it now, season after season. I think I finally got the hang of it here. Mother Talzin versus Jabba. Metas come, metas go. Very, very rarely is that counter blocked out. And I would say that if you want to have decent reliability on it, she's got to be at least Relic 8. If you want to lock it in, though, Fatal sold me on it a long time ago. Relic 9 is a big deal on her because she's the key to the fight. We need her to not get exploded. So I recommend that. Okay. So, okay. You said, what was the spirit of the question? Top 5. Right. Top 5. So, Exile Ezra. Bosk. Ben Solo to 8. Probably GK to 9 for fleet's sake. I feel like that's probably a smart call. There are matchups for which that does matter. Oh, yeah. And probably Bausch to 8. Like, I think with the exception of one of your GLs, you have all of your GLs at Relic 8. I would say having your GLs and their lifters at Relic 8, solid choice. Solid choice. So, hope that helps, man. Let me check the questions here real quick. Let's see here. Cosley says, question for JMK, attack or health? I mean, I have him set up like an attacker, if that's what you mean. Like, he ramps his offense through, well, not his offense, but he ramps the damage of his middle ability over the course of the fight by targeting himself. And so giving him, you know, if you're asking how I have him set up, strong basis of offense, crit damage triangle, decent speed. I like him 580 plus. I've had him faster, but this is a great balance. 120,000 plus health means that the protection ups are going to be banging. Yeah, this is a pretty generic setup for a JMK, but hopefully this answers you. All right, what was next? Hey, Orbinator, good to see you, man. How you doing? Long time no talk. You got to pop into Discord sometime. Chat it up. Yeah, no problem, Frankto. Happy to help. Hey, let's see here. Did I miss? Oh, hey, Solea. Good to see you. Okay, so Big Deal asks Ezra, which Omicrons? All of them? So I feel like at this point, the order in which you pursue these depends on, do you have Ahsoka, right? If you have him and not her, then it would be different. But I'm going to go out on a limb and say that you probably do have her. It's reasonable enough that you would have her by now. I would say the Exile Unique. This is a big deal. This is Exile the game. First time Spectre ally. Yeah. This is a big deal for the Ahsoka team. So this one's probably priority number 1, the Unique. I think this works properly now. The Revive, it definitely happened to me a couple times later in the 3 versus 3 season here. So this one feels like it would be really good. The Purgil Migration is actually a significant reason to do this. The sooner you free him up from exile, the sooner he just starts exploding and just rocking the enemy team. And I think that's, yeah. So exile, and then this one, and then Daring Advance. This does a lot. Stunned. So here's the thing. When you're talking about this team threatening something like Balin, one of the reasons why this threatens is that if he scores 3 critical hits, which he's extremely likely to do, the target enemy is stunned for 1 turn, which cannot be copied, dispelled, or resisted. I have lost Balin on this basis because I'm locked down for that first turn when I get stunned, and I couldn't resist it regardless. Not that I have like a high tenacity stack on Balin, but you get stunned, and then he's able to quickly shake off his exile, which means AoE ability block goes on your team. So now that's 2 turns of Balin just getting to sit there looking like a dead duck. And then you just lose the fight. None of which requires the third. So back before you had Ahsoka, I would say this is one of the highest priority ones to get, because this slaps under Rey. This slaps a lot. The rest of this, the other 2 Omicrons seem more specifically tailored for effectiveness under, Ahsoka, Galactic Legend Ahsoka. So yeah, Unique over Kanan's Legacy over Daring Advance. There's the answer. What's next? Scribe asks, is it embarrassing that I have a Relic 9 Marin with no Omicron and I've never looked to invest it? Yes, man, it is embarrassing. You're a Grand Arena streamer, man, and an entertaining one at that. Fucking put that on there. What are you doing? Stop it. Stop it. All right. Yeah. GKR9 is only good for TB. I've been in Kyber 1 forever with Relic 8. Yeah, I might be wrong. That's fair. It wouldn't be me if I didn't advocate for an accuracy arrow on JMK. Never miss a middle special ability again, mostly. Does it have like an inherent chance to be dodged especially? Is that the case? Damage increase blackboard. See, it ramps up to 10 times. Yeah, 15% offense over now. So the thing is that the damage stacking of this ability doesn't depend on the ability landing. Of course, not landing the healing immunity is important. That would be a real problem for a variety of fights. So I've never really thought about it. I'm not really thinking about accuracy arrows for the most part myself. Other folks get good results. Fatal does. Exo68 says he's getting good results with it. I don't want to tell them they're wrong. It's just not, I don't think it's something I'm really focused on. But fair. Yes, Scribe, you really got to pick up that Omi, man. That's a shame. Like, if you said Relic 8, Marin, I would say, it's a shame, but I'm sure you have your priorities. A Relic 9 that doesn't have it? What are you doing? Okay, yeah, Frank. Yeah, I didn't see anything specific in the code about it. Okay. Am I caught up on questions? I'll tell you what. I'm getting low on this cup of coffee. I got to take a couple minutes, fill that up, and be right back. But more questions in the chat, and we'll keep moving through them. Eventually, I'm sure I'll even get some Conquest done. But I'm having a good time with this, so we'll keep it moving. Be right back. All right. We're coming back. Had to check on my daughter, get her a little some snack there. All right. Where are we at? What makes it reliable? My Night Sisters are not great. I just happen to have a Relic 9 Marin. Honestly, that's the soul of the counter. So, this is a very frequently asked question. How do I need to have them set up to do it? Well, first of all, the good news is it's beneficial if your Mother Talzin and Asajj die off relatively quickly. When you have them at high relics like mine, the highest way to ensure that, to maximize the damage that they would receive from thermal detonators and the like, you would want them to have high health and then high crit damage and or offense on themselves, because those stats are used in the calculation for how much damage they themselves take from the thermal detonators. So a lot of folks go health and crit damage, or crit damage, crit chance, and then with like a health circle on both. I went with crit chance offense on her. I'm more constrained on crit damage sets. Also, I don't think it's super duper important that it's the very high health, because they end up dying just from having this very high offense. So I went with this because I could have her over 70% special offense with a crit damage triangle. If you can't do that, I would say have, offense triangle. But this is just answering about generic use Mother Talzin. Specifically for Jabba, just give her a lot of health and, offense, stuff like that. You don't have to worry so much. For generic purpose, though, something like this is what I like on her. As far as Asajj goes, yeah, so this is health and crit damage, just like I said. So the idea is they die off, but Marin needs to remain. Where's your girl? Yeah, there we go. So you want full tenacity sets, and you really want to pump a lot of tenacity into these mods. So these will have to be cultivated. Strong tenacity secondaries are required. Strongly preferred is, it's also essential to have high protection secondaries as well. You're running protection, and then tenacity cross, of course. But as much protection as you can get, and then after that, I would say defense is also really high up there as a priority. Because the tenacity and the protection, and especially if you noticed, the ratio of protection to health. Like, I have as little added health as possible to again, minimize thermal detonation damage she takes, and then, super high protection to absorb said damage. Now, another way to lose the fight is if Bausch focuses her with single target damage, in which case the tenacity and the protection alone may not save you, and I have lost her very, very rarely for want of defense on her. So that's why I would say tenacity is a number one, high protection is the obvious second to go for, and stack it in excess of health for sure. As little add as health as possible, and then just lots and lots of defense. So as long as she survives, if the other sisters are dead, and as long as she survives, you can control the fight and win it. So there you go. But yeah, what makes it reliable is having the durability on Marin to take as little debts as possible, take as little damage from debts when they explode as possible, and then to survive direct assault as well as possible. There you go. Love a thing that our game tubers are chatting or seeing fighting. Hey, Marin. Yeah. Folks requested that I did this. I did this kind of randomly a couple seasons ago. Folks like when I do this sort of Q&A stream. And I'm having a good time too, so thank you. Cosley redeemed the roster review. I see you, Cosley. We're going to take care of you here in a sec. Yeah, Scribe makes good videos, for sure, man. All right, Cosley. We're going to definitely get you taken care of here. So, a roster review. Generic roster review, yeah? No specific questions, Cosley? Because I can go generic if you want, but I find that most people have something specific in mind. Okay, 12.3 million GP, Kyber 2, all right. Scribe asks, and only the Marin Omi, or do you need Asajj Omi too? The Marin Omi is the requirement. The Asajj Omi, so the Lost Womp Rat said that he confirmed that the ramping of Asajj's damage through the Omicron is accumulating while she is dead and coming back and dead and coming back. So later on in the fight, she does slap pretty hard, and that can matter for certain matchups. The very largest Jabbas and whatnot would appreciate, you would appreciate having the effect of that Omicron. But only in those kind of cases. For most of the time, I would say, like a solid 85-90% of your matchups that you're doing this, that's not going to be a big factor, I think. So you could wait on that, but got to do the Marin Omicron, for sure, man. You say high tenacity, high ratio of proc to health. What about defense? Exactly so. Yes, more defense. Exactly. Yeah, you anticipated that. Correct. I think Scribe needs a fill-in for Tribe Talk tomorrow. I mean, we can talk. You guys know I love talking shop, so that's fine. All right. So, did Cosley say anything else yet? No, he hasn't. Okay. Let's take a look, though, what he's got going here. Okay, all the GLs at least relegate. I like that. Love to see Malikos and Ben raised to at least 8. Same with Bosk. Really like him to be 9 for fleet reasons. Again, just especially a tank ship. Always welcome to join. I don't know if the time. 8 p.m. GMT. Okay, I got a 8 p.m. GMT to EST. 4 p.m. Saturday. I'll have to make sure that I'm clear, but I think I could be. I think I could be. I'll let you know. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the offer, Scribe. Appreciate that. All right. Yeah, Marin, see, you got the Omicron. Strong recommend on the 8. Put it somewhere in your priority list for a 9. Doesn't have to be high priority list, but it's worth it. It's worth it. It'd be tomorrow, but yeah, give me a shout if you want. All right, yeah. We'll do. I see. Is there a topic list? Is there something I would need to be familiar with in advance? Hold on just a second. All right, I have clearance. It's a date, 4 p.m. tomorrow. See you there, man. Looking forward to it. All right. Yeah. Always happy to talk pizza. I've got a decent pizza gut going. I come by it honestly. And I know a thing or two about pizza. Okay, Cosley. I don't know if you stepped away for a second, but I was asking if you had a specific question here, because I'm looking over. I've made a couple recommendations on some characters that you could take to relegate, and I'm not done looking through yet, but nevertheless, I'm still curious. Let me sort by pilots. What's the word I'm looking for? I thought it was pilot. Nope. Nope. Fleet commander. I don't know. Key pers mods? Key personal mods? Right or wrong? I'm not sure about your question, Cosley. Sorry about that. Alright. Alright. But, I'm sorry, whose mods are you asking about, Cosley? Sort by speed here and have a look. Wow, that's an extraordinarily fast Afra. You seem to have a lot of characters, all centered around the mark of about 300 speed. I think that you can probably optimize some of these speeds better. Like Padme. I can't imagine why Padme needs to be this fast, when some of these other characters could easily stand to be faster, like Exile Ezra, depending on how you have him. Yeah, if you have him in a speed set, I'd like to see him a good bit faster. I would. I can understand why you chose some of these mods, though. So I think some re-optimization, because you look like you have a decent broad base of speed. It's not insignificant bringing so many characters up around 300 speed. But yeah, a lot of this could be pushed around. Like Resistance Hero Finn in a speed set can be 340 plus, closer up to 360, and you certainly have the speed to do something like that, so think about that. But yeah, what was that question? Most important characters mods. Most important, well, I mean, that would be a long ranked list, right? But let's say, pick the top 5 that matter. So I would say that, let's see here. This guy being fast is great. Crit damage triangle is something I have run on him in the past, but personally, I think his threat is from persistence, not from slapping the shit out of somebody. So I would strongly urge you to consider moving this into a health primary on the triangle. This is one of the most important characters in the game, by the way. In terms of the modding, it's never going to be... it's always going to be a safe choice to pick this guy. You bumped Keto up from R7 to R9, Lumi from R7 to R8. Wow. Wow, yeah, okay, yeah. Buffing up your raid run, Ryrock. Wow. That was a lot of R's. Raid run, Ryrock. Over 12 mil? Yeah, man. Nice job. Nice job. Well done. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. My favorite, I mean, there's a lot of great stuff going on my account, but the thing that the actual brag that I like is that I don't remod for raid, and I post 13 million every time. So love that. All right, other characters though to take a look at. I would definitely push up the speed on this guy and consider changing that primary. As far as these speed mods go, I have some older speed mods on my roster that are really not that fast, but hopefully when you're choosing speed mods nowadays, try not to... I understand you chose this because it has a really solid health secondary, and you could always use it on somebody that you don't care that they're in a slow speed set, but on this guy, we want him in a fast speed set. So I would try to replace this mod. I see you have some 4-roll 20s here on a couple of these. You could, I don't know where they are calibration status-wise, but you can try and push these up, get that extra 10 speed out of these two, something like that. So push him up and maybe change that primary. Top important characters. I'm assuming you're not asking GLs, because GLs, speak for themselves. So, Cat, how do we have Cat set up? Pure health with a crit damage triangle. Okay, this is a fine strategy. I'm not convinced that she needs to be super blazing fast these days. The only time when it has historically really mattered is for JMK mirrors, I would say. So, let me make sure I'm staying current on just the chat real quick. Yeah, glad you're back, Womprag. Glad you took a break. I can appreciate that. Gotta put yourself first. Everybody in this chat's old enough to know and appreciate and understand that you can't give what another person needs if you're not properly taking care of yourself first. So, applaud you for doing that, man. You gotta, especially us men. We're conditioned to give until the last little bits, and it's not that we're not willing to. It's that it's about being sustainable, right? Sustainable. So good on you, man. All right. Since Yoda's already in the running coach, I targeted. All right. Okay. Yeah. Makes sense. Marin asked, Tass, do you think Omicron Saw and one Omicron Luthen will beat Queen Amidala as in 3 vs 3? If so, versus what? Honestly, I don't want to just spin nonsense at you. I'm not really trying Saw on offense, or have not been. I don't have any experience to tell you a recommendation for 3s or 5s, so I really just wouldn't want to guesstimate on that for you. Saw, for me, is a defensive team. I know that folks are doing impressive stuff with them on offense. And of course, Mon Mothma Luthen takes on a variety of GLs, all old news. I'm not here to say it's bad. What I'm here to say is I really historically have enjoyed Saw Luthen on defense since Luthen came out. And I'm satisfied with what it draws. Like, that's the thing. It's not that it's always just a wall that the enemy can't move past. It has been sometimes. But what it always is a respectable draw. And seeing what it costs somebody to get through that is really useful to me. Hey, Scribe, you got to take off. Take care, man. Appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, no worries, Swamp Rat. Yeah. Take care. Yeah. All right. So back to you, Cosley. All right. So we talked about those characters. How is this Afra set up? Curious. Okay. This is nice, dude. I like this. Nice setup. Top characters. I would try to make Drogon faster as a lifter. How's he set up? Okay. Yeah. No particular need to worry about that. Good special offense. Okay. Yeah, this is very serviceable. This isn't bad. This could be optimized, though, because you have such a big spread of speed. Ooh, Great Mothers is not a bad one to speed up a bit. Yeah, so what do we got here? Speed, health, and not necessarily the fastest, but some of these are really worth growing, so I can see why you chose them. Okay. See, this is a fine set to build from. Ideally, I really like strong offense secondaries, so this is kind of lacking that. You've got some of these that could go in that direction. I would say, looking at some of these mods, just be very choosy about what you're upgrading, because you've really got a very broad base allowing you to be at 300. So now, especially, you get to be so much more picky. Yeah, it's a shame to see all these 6A mods that are under 20 speed but are speed sets. I've spent a lot of time calibrating my own mods that were like this. So again, it's not about judgment. It's about, I regret that I have also been in the position where I've needed to take mods that didn't deserve this kind of love on up the tree. Try to minimize this, yeah. Because some of these, yeah, well, if it's at 15 speed on 3 at like 6 dots and then, you know, 2 slices in, it's not hitting speed, I'd probably stop. But this is a great character. I like the defense primary on Rex. It's efficient. Okay, yeah, back to who matters. So Marin, oh, I mean, the speed is, it's not that speed is bad, it's that speed is wasted on her, so I wouldn't do that. And just like we've been discussing here, just this setup that we covered today on Marin, consider switching to that if you have any interest in trying the Java counter. If you have a specific reason to keep her this way, keep on keeping on. But yeah, very, very different from the setup that you'd want for Java. Saw, okay, decent speed. So, all right, so who matters most of all of these? Ooh, Morgan, this is interesting. Yeah, okay, you have her in just something because you're probably constrained on your tank mods. Yeah, you can either go a more tank-based setup or for a fast setup. I really do like the fast setup myself now because she's one of the very few tanks in the game where the number of turns she takes actually makes a difference. So having her set up for speed is not a bad choice. All right, so out of all these, we talked about, we'll say top 3 or top 5, something like Exile Ezra. We did talk about Cap, but I don't think she needs to be changed. Bosk, I would like to see significantly faster, if only for being able to take on things like gas. If you're satisfied and you're getting results with where he is, respect that. Would love to see him Relic 8 or Relic 9, though. Drogon. Ben Solo, the speed looks great. How's the offense and all that? Love the setup. Really love the setup. Yeah, just over 100% potency. Love the setup. Yeah, ideally, and I struggle with this too, is having enough crit chance from secondaries. It's nice to start him off. His mastery will ramp through the fight, and he will ramp crit chance over the fight, but you know how it is. You'd like to have as much as you could early on so that when he does that first special, it hits as hard as possible. You know, this is a nice setup, though. But this is a high-priority character, to be sure. Wow. Okay. Big, bulky Ray Darkside. I like that. Yeah. I respect that. Yeah, Marin. Marin is probably the most... Like, Marin and Exile Ezra seem like the biggest ones that jump out to me for you, by far. How's Old Boy Gas set up? Oh, man living dangerously. A little bit of extra offense on there. What are we dealing with? This is a Relic what? This is a Relic 8. Yeah, man, this is kicking. I like that. That's a decent setup. All right, good stuff. Yeah, you're welcome, Cosley. Happy to help. Legend 603 gifted a sub to Del Angel. Appreciate the gifted sub, man. Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly. What's my favorite offensive TW teams? I mean, I'm not really into the game for TW. I just do what I'm told. The ones that the fights that I like are the ones that are, I didn't think that would be so smooth type of counters. Because generally I'm just following instructions and the fights go to plan and there's nothing to worry about. So it's not terribly interesting for me. Sorry if I'm not fielding that question to standard. Hope I'm having a great day. Well, I'll tell you what, it's already a great day, and the sub makes it just a little sweeter. Thank you. Thank you. Womprat, you're lurking for now. No worries, man. Get some food. Get some food. How am I modding Darkside Ray, says Nick. I'll show that here in a minute. Kylo wants me to take a look at his roster. We've got... Okay, we can... you want to take a look at a specific character? Which character, Master Kylo? Check D's. I don't think there's a character named D's. Can you help me out with that? What's that code? 62789. Hey, Master Kylo. Alright, so where are you at? Kyber 2. Alright, what are we looking at? You just... What is the best game mode and why is it TB? Disgusting. I hate it. Shame on you. TV's not... It's not the worst. It's grown on me with time, especially since I got into the position where it wasn't a crazy idea for me to apply a few TB Omicrons, because having a few of those teams buffed up makes some of those just a complete lock. All right. Let's see here. You just got Galactic Legend Ahsoka Tano. You want us to take a look at her? Speed, health. Nothing wrong with this. 550. Okay. 180,000. Yep. I'd like to see some added armor on her, if you could. So here's the thing. The primaries are fine. I like the health primaries. I think that you gain more survivability by this being defense, like a two-piece of defense, ideally, instead of health. Still keep the health primaries, but look into that. I think you might like it. We should play Helldivers, but my squad is always full. Hey, man, it's a nice problem to have. It got a lot of folks interested in playing it these days, and honestly, with that double-edged sickle build, I'm kind of addicted to fighting bots. Like, bots, by far, were the ones that I preferred to avoid prior to using this build, because they can just be so overwhelming. In the higher difficulties, you can have conditions where you could have 6 to 8 drop ships of reinforcements coming in at once, and if you're not kitted for it, it's a nightmare. That double-edged sickle build can deal with legions, man. It's fun. It's fun. Alright, Alright, so yeah, we got that specific question out from you, Kylo. Alright, appreciate you. Marin asks if we are picky to apply the next GAC Omicron and thinking, is it worth it to put it on Zalbar? What's your theory for Karth lead in 5 vs 5? I'm so glad you asked. I was just talking about this with Womprat yesterday. So, he was saying how he was thinking about it, and I was like, dig this. Let me tell you. You guys, you'll be finding out in the next episode of Plotting and Scheming for the 5 vs 5 preview. Look for that later in the week. Well, sneak peek on that. Karth is whatever. Karth is whatever. This is the droid you're looking for. First of all, the reason to apply the GC Omicron to Zalbar is if you want to have that flex for 3 vs 3. Yes, it does work in 5 vs 5. Yes, it has distinct 5 vs 5 and 3 vs 3 effects. But the biggest threat from that Zalbar Omicron is definitely posed in 3s, and I think that should be the main reason to take it. There's better Omicrons to take ahead of that, but yeah. Anyway, for 5 vs 5, this is the man that you want, okay? So, yeah, at the start of battle, all Wookiee ally tanks taunt for 1 turn. All allies gain 20% defense and max health, doubled for Wookiee allies. Whenever a Wookiee ally taunts, like Zalbar is going to be doing all the time from everything with the Omicron, right? All Wookiees gain 10% defense, stacking for the rest of the encounter. That's not a problem, is it? Whenever taunt expires, all Wookiees recover 25% health. At the start of each allied Wookiee's turn, they gain offense equal to 200% of their defense until the end of the turn. That's not a problem, is it? At the start of battle, if there were no Galactic Legend enemies, whenever an allied Wookiee is critically hit, they reflect 50% of the damage dealt back onto the attacker. This damage won't defeat enemies. And then here's the other thing. You've got, blah, 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 this turn meter, this extra speed for him. If there are at least 3 Wookiee allies active at the start of battle, and this means 3 Wookiee allies, not 3 other Wookiee allies, so just requires 3 Wookiees. If Veteran Smuggler Chewbacca is an ally, Veteran Smuggler Han Solo also gains the effects of when it is used. Just as a quick reminder, Rur is his second special. Dispel all debuffs on all allies, and they gain crit damage, 50% crit damage for 2 turns. Wookiee allies gain potency up and tenacity up. That will include Han here. Veteran Han for 2 turns, and gain 10% max health stacking for the rest of the encounter. All enemies are inflicted with provoked for 1 turn, which can't be evaded. So, whenever a Wookiee ally regains health, blah, 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 blah. So this is just other good stuff for Wookiees. Damage over time. Yeah, whenever a Wookiee ally gains retribution, Wookiee allies gain inflict damage over time to target enemy for 2 turns when they use a basic ability which can't be evaded. Whenever an enemy attacks out of turn, all allies gain 25 speed. Got a mass assist in here. It's good, okay? So what I'm saying is, Karth is Karth, and Karth is crap, all right? Just hear me out. I think that's crap. This is scary, because you could have Tarful, Zalbar, and then, sure, you could throw Vandor in, but Vandor is going to taunt here, and Vandor could just be focused down by a, reasonably savvy opponent. So I think that I would rather do something like Tarful, Zalbar, Veteran Chewie, Veteran Han, and then Mission, of course, because Mission's going to feed him offense. He's going to feed her crit avoidance. Whenever he goes, she follows up with a basic. You've already got all this other stuff going on in the team. I would argue that this on the back wall is going to be scarier than anything you could pull off with a Karth lead. I don't care what Old Republic configuration you throw in. And arguably, the better Old Republic characters you commit, the worse you make your offensive posture for Grand Arena. Yeah, Kylo. Yeah. Sorry about that, buddy. You want to take a look at your Sabine and Huyang? I'll tell you what. We'll do. I don't see a ton of questions. We can look at that in a minute. My all Wookiee team doesn't get hold even on the back wall. Well, you haven't had this Omicron for 5 vs 5 before, though, right? I'm saying I think it offers a different threat. I also think it offers, whatever level of threat it does offer, I think it offers a superior threat to, not Cad Bane, but Carthanasi lead. Open to your theory, Craft, about why I'm wrong, though. Because I'm really not thinking about him. Like, I think his kit is so outdated, and I see so much more potential for harm out of Tarful. Alright, so no love on the mods. Well, first of all, consider for this character offense and defense mods. You could also go offense and crit chance. But defense gets converted into more offense on this team, so it's not bad. Speed, you know how it is. More speed is better. The set types are okay, though. I mean, I'd prefer defense, but health is perfectly serviceable. It would be better if you had some crit chance, more crit chance. I like attackers to be about 90% crit chance these days, 85. 80 is kind of the minimum, so you're not in a absurd spot, but you do have the crit damage triangle. Like to have it 90, because crit avoidance is a little more common these days. Yeah, and then I think that if you want to have survivability primaries instead of if you want to have protection here, instead of having offense, I would rather this be health than protection. This is okay. Primary-wise. Oh, crap. Let me check the ads thing on YouTube. I thought I fixed that earlier. Damn it. I didn't. Hold on. I can see that the ads are kind of popping off more frequently than intended. Ooh, I really need to update the cover for this. Okay, that's updated. No. Okay. Customization, monetization. There. Okay, so that slowed down. That slowed the roll on the ads. My bad about that. They shouldn't have been that frequent. Nobody was complaining, but it bothered me. Defense mods instead and more crit chance. Yeah, it might be hard for you to find all that through secondaries as far as crit chance goes, but that's what I'd kind of go for. Yeah, Wookiee team doesn't get holds anymore either. People have figured out that counter. I mean, you know how it is, guys. Anything can be countered. It depends on what they're left with by the time they get to it. So I'm thinking about setting enough tricky stuff where, I don't know. I don't think we had this last 5 versus 5, so I'm kind of willing to toy with it and see what it draws. Because I'm putting a lot of love into these Wookiees for this. We'll see what happens. All right. Am I caught up on the questions? Looks good. Looks good. Okay. Keep them coming, though. All right. We have been doing a lot, question-wise. Nope, that's the wrong button. So I was just saying, Balin, right? Yeah. Oh, Hu Yang. Yeah. Thanks for the reminder. So yeah, this guy I like in crit damage sets. I think I saw Fatal or Aesop, somebody having like crit damage sets, crit damage triangle, like health primary cross with strong % offense on it, and 2-piece of defense if you had enough crit chance through secondaries. Otherwise, I think 2-piece of crit chance. How's mine set up right now? Did I close my own tab? So, yeah, okay, so I went with crit chance myself. It would have been preferable to have the 2-piece of defense. I even think I had that fairly recently, but I think I needed to commandeer those mods for a higher purpose. It'd be cool to have him like that, but I can live like this. Okay, and I actually went with protection over health. I'm probably more stressed on health. But yeah, strong, strong offense, baked into that as much as you can. High crit chance, nothing too crazy. If you look at a few of the top players, there's more than one way to mod this guy. Like some would say that his value on the full 5 vs 5 team is his unique. Like him not being dead would be the best thing, so that all 3 stages of his unique get to pop off and all that. So you could make an intelligent case for full defense sets, protection primaries, just bulk him out. It all depends on what you want to do. I do find that he can slap. Especially if you want to find use for him in 3 vs 3. Some people did stuff like Sortie, GG, and Hu Yang, Sortie, Hu Yang, BB-8. You know what I'm talking about. Different droid configurations, but having Hu Yang in there. When he's modded for damage, he does good stuff. It's kind of cool. You love using them in the TV Wookiee mission? Yeah, that one's just too easy, Ryrock. I love the Wookiees as well. Oh, that's right. We were in a fight. This one. Snoop leads, so you want to pay tax. Bye-bye. I don't like that you're alive. Okay. But yeah, you guys keep the questions coming, and I'm just going to motor through some fights here. Do we need slow Chrysanthemum with high tenacity or fast with Chrysanthemum? Asks Marin. I definitely strongly suggest high tenacity, and it is worthwhile to pursue speed after that, but the tenacity first. So here's how mine is. Well, first of all, primary-wise, protection, tenacity, protection. You can make a fine case for it doesn't make a lot of difference whether these are protection or health. You could even have a blend of protection and health. I've seen folks do that and it not make a ton of difference. The primaries for bulk matter less than that they are bulk primaries. And the emphasis here for me was very high tenacity. So if I had to do this with a health primary instead of protection, I would have done that. But here's what we've got. Just about 100 speed added. 260 something is... I wouldn't want to be too much slower than this. This is about as slow as I'd like to have him. I've had him in the 280s before. I've had him up and around and over 300. I don't think it makes a ton of difference. He's there to just be a brick. A very, very tough to disrupt brick. So just add a ton of tenacity on him. And then, maybe some armor after that. Yeah, you're welcome, Kylo. You're welcome, man. I've had him faster, for sure, but I would still prioritize tenacity. Cosley says, my opinion, 3 best defense squads for Guild Wars. I never played Guild Wars, sorry. You're welcome to ask something else, but I've got no experience in Guild Wars. Should you take Galactic Legend Ahsoka Tano to Relic 9? That is an intelligent question because there's a priority here. Your Ahsoka, so here's the thing. I would say between Ahsoka and Ezra, I would take Ahsoka to Relic 8 first, then Relic 8 Ezra. So you should do Ahsoka Tano to 8 immediately, or at least next. And then Relic 9 I would actually consider giving to Ezra first, then Ahsoka later. I think it's more dangerous for him to be as nasty, dummy thick as possible than her having the extra relic level worth. I feel like she gets one-shotted by Leia anyways. I don't think Galactic Legend Ahsoka Tano gets... Well, I think you mean just, cleared easily for full banners. Okay, fine. But if that counter is going to lose, it's going to lose because Ezra survives the burst. That's my case for the Relic 9. Let's get the music back on. Where are we at with that? Okay. Sopper98. Hi, Tass. Hi, Sopper. Welcome. Marin asks, will that smuggler evasion datacron that made some players drop, will that be a thing in 5 versus 5? It's active in 5 versus 5. Why wouldn't it be? The issue is that 5 versus 5 has fewer teams, right? It's 5-5-3, right? Something like that. No, 4-4. 4-4-3, something like that. Anyway, the point is, it's significantly less teams than 3 versus 3, which means that there's less room for gimmick teams. Like you saw in 3 versus 3 that the smuggler team got shut down by DTMG. Other things that are going to do guaranteed debuffs landing. Like, BCAM using Grogu's third, those debuffs are going to land. So, I don't know. I think that it depends on the level of game that you're at. If you're closer up in Kyber 1, where folks are having most or all of the main top-end teams, I don't know if there's so much room for that on defense. I think that, like Bam Sana has already been proven by plenty of people to be potent against Leia, and I'm sure a couple of other teams, definitely like Lord Vader, of course. But, I think that smuggler stuff like Sana related is more likely to be seen on offense, which means that you might see opponents setting more of their high-end counters on defense so that they can use that smuggler gimmick as an offensive trick. I think that's got more legs to it in 5 versus 5 than having a lot of those defensive teams that are smuggler hold. Again, depends on where you are in the game. Somebody could absolutely get jammed up on those smuggler teams. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Kylo, I'm glad you're considering it. Yeah, I do think that the Relic 9 Ezra would be the higher priority Relic 9. Yeah, you're close to Kyber 1. You'll get there. You will. Anyway, Marin, hopefully that answers your question. Back to it. Keep them coming, folks. Wow, it's almost been 2 hours. I really feel the time just flying by. Spovo says, legit, don't know what to set on defense this season in Kyber 1. Last season was all efficiency slapped in my face. I don't want to tell you... I don't want to give you bad news, but I feel like my suspicion is that it's going to be like that as well. I think that if you really want to offer challenge to your opponents this team, you're going to have to look at some uncomfortable concentrates. Lord Vader Maul Malicos, maybe Slacker Ufus, Lord Vader Inquisitors, Rey, Ben, Cat, stuff like that. Like some superpower concentrates if you're wanting to challenge the established order. Because if you're going to end up playing the most powerful versions of teams that folks were already fighting last season, you're right. You're right to expect that it's going to be a more efficiency-based season for you. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of defensive play that you could pull off in 3 vs 3 last season. Granted, later in the season, when the meta was more solved, sure, it got very rote. Okay, fine. But that week 1 was kind of magical, if you ask me. So, that's my thought. My team has gone plaid. Yeah, I see how that looks on your end. It doesn't look like that. The shadows look regular to me. I don't know what property is causing that, but no idea why they're plaid on your end. They're not plaid to me on the monitor. Depressed Wampa. You're like a tenured Swugga professor, Tass. The stream is like a 2050 course. So much good info. Glad you're picking up stuff that's useful here. Glad to pass it on. Most of what I know is something that somebody else taught me. And they were happy enough to teach me. I am happy enough to pass it on. So, glad you're enjoying it, though. Kylo says, I'll do a Seer Malicos Starkiller Fulcrum Baby Cal with the Fulcrum Datacron. I think that team could be nasty on defense. Absolutely. Highly dangerous. Especially because one of the classic counters to that team is Sith Eternal. And if you're going to... I think if you do like C-Watt or C-Watt set, you're probably going to lose. You probably need a full team. You need C plus Watt plus 3 Sith, ideally, to survive that, you know? That's what I would say. So. Spovo says, we have a feeling we'll be seeing a lot of Rey Nestel 3. I think that savvy players are going to scout out and see how... Well, this set 20 Rey we only had for just that last week of 5 vs 5 last time. So there's not a lot of data to scout out and be savvy about. Because the idea was, you know, maybe look how people were using it and see how you can flex off of it. We can infer from 3 vs 3 that, you know, you could apply her with, certainly with Ahsoka, to block out the magma cheese, right? You're not going to magma cheese your way out of Nest, so that's actually a rather cost-effective block, if you think about it. I don't even know that you need to do a Nest Cron with that. You could go with like a bulk, set 19, right? I don't, like, the point, it depends on what your goals are with the Nest, but I think if you're trying to block magma cheese in Ahsoka, I don't even think you need the Datacron. Anywhere else, though, with Rey, I think is going to be the most common place you'll see her, yeah. You might see her as an add into another strong B team, because it's another strategic angle to go at where it's like, okay, I know you're saving enough where you can 57 everything, so instead of me trying to, if I know you're an efficiency player, instead of trying to set super heavy into you so that you score less efficiently, how about I just offer you like an entire bottom front wall that's all enhanced B teams. B teams where it's like you know what you're doing if you're, if you see a team that you can use Imperial Troopers on, like let's say you've got that Imperial Troopers set 19 Datacron and you're set up to do a Veers Troopers team, and you see a Finzori team on defense and you're like, haha, I have you now. I will get you with my Veers team. And then they have Nest randomly in there. It's not impossible to win, but it is a different fight. You need to account for Nest. You need to treat that differently. So there might be value in using Nest that way, maybe more than just like throwing in with random GL. When the meta is more about efficiency and everybody doing one-shots for high banners, I think that there's one of the only ways to get strategic value is by offering choices that are less than Galactic Legend level, because now they're having to think about what they can't use to solve this front wall, and then elsewhere you've got challenge teams where they know that they can't just throw anything at it. They need to reserve stuff to deal with what they surely expect to be strong teams on your back wall. Maybe you've got a couple up top that are signaling that you've got a strong defense, but yeah. So hopefully that gives you some ideas, Spovo. All right, next fight. I guess I'll take that for now. All right, good stuff, man. Good stuff. I was getting the red crate in 7 days. First 7 days of Conquest with Rey. Yeah, I made no particular... The way I do this second run of Conquest is probably mostly the same as the first, if I'm being honest. I spend the first few days... Like, I blitz... Usually on day 3, I'm in the end of Sector 4. And then I'm grinding just a few days. Just refreshing and spending immediately on the treasure node just for... Datacron leveling materials. And then later on, like on a day like today, I'll start Sector 5. And then I'll probably have this thing red boxed in, I don't know, another 2 days. Something like that. Yeah, this has been a really easy run of Conquest. Easier than the last one. I thought the last one was easy. So, I'm grateful for it. I'm not really coming to this mode to be challenged, if you know what I'm saying. It's nice to be able to use all your roster, I guess, yeah. But I'm also not trying to have it be hard. Like, don't make me lose fights. Don't make me spend hours in here. Thank you. Slapper says, I still haven't done more than 3 battles in Conquest. Now, here's the thing. There is something major to be said for earning the first run of a character release from Conquest. It's a big deal to get that. So, if you're not always doing that, would strongly encourage you to do the minimum. To at least, I think you need to get is it 2 reds and a gold or 2 golds and a red to fully unlock the character on the first run? And you also have to spend your tickets that you're earning from completed 3-starred battles. You're going to have to use those to buy character shards too. I think you have to do all of that, and it's still possible without necessarily red boxing. But I really strongly encourage it. I mean, the rewards at the end of the Conquest one are not bad. But having the new Conquest character at its first release, kind of nice. Sopper says, I don't know if it's just a motivation issue. I'm not interested in Librarian, but Dark Ray I did in 4 runs of Conquest. Okay, so you weren't terribly far behind. If you're satisfied with that, then if it's not impeding you, if you're not really feeling the pinch of not being an early adopter, certainly where I'm at in the game, it hurts a lot to be missing a new unit like that, because somebody's going to find meta-related use immediately. That's just, these kits are set up to be applicable that way, even if it's not necessarily a Grand Arena character. Anyway, yeah, I don't know how good Jacasta's going to be. It's a super complex kit, and just like what we've seen with Bad Batch, their design philosophy has really shifted into, they design like a kit for a whole team, and then they think about how they want to partition that into the members of the team. So clearly, when they made her kit, they have something in mind for the new Jedi Vanguard characters that will be added to the faction. Really difficult to see how good the character will be, but you can surely expect that there will be some meta use for her immediately, if not just because of her kit and who her teammates are, certainly because of the Datacron that will be able to be used in tandem with her, right? There's going to be a new Datacron that she'll be able to utilize. Even if it's just set 20, but something specialized is going to come out. Maybe Jedi Vanguard specifically gets targeted, because they've done Jedi fairly recently as a faction tag, so... Anyway. Yeah. You play for fun, not meta, so it is what it is. I respect that. It's what you find is fun. Like, I want to be the very best like no one ever was. For me, winning is fun. Losing is informative, instructive. I don't resent the losing, but I'm trying to win, and that's where the fun is. So I'm usually having to mine the meta, and usually play it, but yeah. The reason I got Dark Ray is that I get my first JMK counter, and I do now have, so far, 100% win rate JMK counter. Okay, so you're using Slacker Dre, yeah. So maybe you don't have BKM unlocked. That is another one that's been doing it. Historically, Inquisitors also does well, but very high requirements team to have ready, to be sure. Congratulations, though. Having a reliable counter to JMK is a big deal. You can completely lose just against a lone JMK. I've seen it. I've done it. I've been there. Yeah, Keller and Beck, Shock T, these guys will be lifted. These characters will be lifted by Jocasta. But again, really difficult to see the value of the whole team until we know more. So keep them coming, folks. Keep them questions coming. I guess I'll do one more run on Balin. I think that's enough. Switch it to a different team. Probably go another hour or so, I think. I'm having a good time, so we'll see how we're looking closer off towards an hour. Gearing the last 2 units for BKM, but I'm relicking Cal and Seer to Relic 7 so I can meet my guild's goal. It's good that you've got your priorities straight. That's the right way to play the game, man. Because there's very little is objectively wrong to go for in the game, but the order absolutely matters. Not just for you, for your guild, yeah. Good considerations. What was next to work on? Phoenix, evasion down. So I think that's Inquisitors and then Jedi kill. Phoenix can do this, I think. Depressed Wampa asks, would you keep Ezra with Galactic Legend Ahsoka Tano or put him with Rey for 5 vs. 5? I think there's merit to both. The issue with moving him away from Ahsoka is whether or not you're exposed to the magma cheese. Like, some people think that, okay, I'll put my Exile Ezra in with Rey, and now my Rey is definitely more intense. And I'll put Fulcrum in with Ahsoka instead, and that'll be okay. That's fine, but putting a non-Galactic Legend Ahsoka in with Galactic Legend Ahsoka means that you are setting up for kind of getting dunked by Baylan. So I'd rather you get beaten by Baylan than by Magma Cheese, though, and Magma Cheese can beat Fulcrum alone, which is why we were just talking about things like Nest getting randomly thrown in can certainly discourage somebody doing Magma Cheese. You know, for me, if it's me, the answer is going to be, I'm going to look at how my opponent dealt with Exile Ezra last season. That's going to be one of my main scouting questions, because that's a meta-defining match now for at least 2 seasons. How are you dealing with Exile Ezra, where he shall appear, you know? I think that I will be rotating between both, though, to answer your question. It depends on what I think the match needs. Rioric99 says, Tass, what do you think is the better level 6 Datacron for Jabba on defense, the Hutt Cartel or Smuggler? I'm in Erodium. Well, I don't know that it needs to be with respect to whether you're in Erodium, but I think we proved that out. And we discussed this in Plotting and Scheming, I want to say, in week 1, for week 1 of 3 versus 3. Folks rotated between them, and far and away, Hutt Cartel proved to be the superior choice. Let me see if I can find the one that I have for this. Nah, this isn't it. It's one of these. Not you. So this one, I really strongly recommend for Jabba on defense. Darkside Turn Meter level 3. You've got Long Text, Hutt Cartel level 6. The level 9, I'm not recommending this 9. That's not what I'm standing for. The reason I'm showing this is the stats. It's just tons and tons of tenacity. Ideally, this health roll would also be tenacity, but for my money, the next best stat that isn't tenacity would be health, so I'm not super mad at it. But this is a lot of tenacity. If we look in Squad Arena, I can show you what that's worth. 143% tenacity and 22% health. When you have tenacity like this, so both my Jabba and Chrysanthemum are just about 200% tenacity. So we're talking 340+% tenacity on the 2 of them. Basically, Afra eat your heart out, right? Like most Afras, just about every Afra, would really struggle with trying to attempt this. Datacron or no. And the high tenacity also greatly impedes the Mother Talzin counter, because what makes it work is Plague. You need to have everybody stacking up Plague to die. And I've been jammed up on it before, where I brought enough tenacity on the Kron to protect myself doing Night Sisters versus Jabba. I didn't lose Marin, but I also didn't have enough potency from the team. You know, Mother Talzin's lead wasn't enough. I should have had more tenacity more potency on the Kron alongside the tenacity, or maybe even instead of the tenacity, because if you can't land Plague on Chrysanthemum, then he won't keel over, and then you finish the fight, you'll easily kill Bausch with that Mother Talzin counter going that way, but then you're fighting Jabba and Chrysanthemum for the second fight, and that sucks. Wouldn't recommend it. So yeah, hopefully that helps, man. But this is the way I do it. The level 9 though, as far as the best level 9s, I think that Embo is, if you have him set up, certainly is probably the strongest one, and definitely so for TW. Otherwise, Dagger and a few other folks are very excited to see how good Cad Bane is, because how he could accelerate you into the contract being met. So, okay, I don't want to say it's bad. I haven't tested it, but I feel like I'll enjoy Embo more, because that Embo ramps and slaps hard quickly, especially if you've got him well modded, like decent speed, decent offensive configuration. That could be a real nasty piece of work. But again, I think it's about the 3, the 6, and the stats more than it is the 9, if the goal is to see success on defense. MJ says, "Holy hungover Batman, I would still attempt Marin." Like I said, where you don't have enough potency to apply Plague, that's really the only way I've seen that I could still lose, because I'm in pretty good practice with the fight now. I've done enough dodo fights on that where I feel like the only way I'm really going to lose that is if I in fact get unlucky and just get focused down by an exceptionally well built Bausch, or I didn't bring enough potency and I actually can't apply Plague. So, good question though. Keep them coming. What are we on to? Yeah, that's fine. Get her. That's right, it is the Mary J. Stop it, kill her. Okay, good. Oh, the overcast is breaking. Beautiful blue skies peeking out. It's pretty rare in Michigan this time. Well, it is spring. It is spring. We are close to that. That's true. That's right. Next only to Mary J. Blige. That's right, MJ. Ooh. We'll do Inquisitors for this one. Can I suggest consistent Marin counters that aren't Datacron dependent, since that's the team that kicked me out of Erodium back down to Chromium? You're asking, is there a configuration of the Marin Night Sister team to be used as a counter for Jabba that is not Datacron dependent? And I think that if you're in the part of the game where Datacrons are routinely appearing, I think the answer is no. I think the answer, you always have to respect the Datacron. Which is why, you just have to think about that in your planning when you're approaching your Datacron farming. So if you know a set, for example, the set 20 has a lot of tenacity available on it. So if you know that your opponents are stacking high tenacity, you would need a high potency cron, right? How much potency? Is there a lot of potency in set 20? I know that there is in set 19, so if you were able to accumulate one with high potency from set 19, that would be the ideal. You have to have enough potency to land Plague. So if that's how you lost the fight in the way that I described, then you have to have a cron for that. I prefer not to budget potency into Marin's mods because she needs all the other stuff we talked about. Tenacity, protection, defense. There's not a lot of room, really, to throw in potency on top of that. That's why I prefer to do it from the Datacron. So it all depends on the amount of legwork that you want to do. Let's say that let's say that it's Monday now, and we're in the lock-in period for Grand Arena. You've already locked in. You could go into the leaderboards and take a look at the 8 people above you and the 8 people below you. That would fully account for the maximum variance of how many of these people could possibly be opponents. You've accounted for all of them. You've accounted for the most it could be either way. Because you don't know at the time that you're checking if that's the final bracket, right? So, fine. Okay. So you would look that up ahead of Grand Arena lock being complete, and you could check and see how strong is the tenacity on their Chrysanthemum. And then if it looks like it's really strong for some of them, now check their Datacrons. What's their strongest tenacity Datacron? Do you have potency to match? Like, you're trying to get consistency out of it, then it has to be in the planning. You actually have to be prepared for the couple of adverse setups that Marin could really struggle with. Datacrons will always be a factor, my dude. You mean counters to Marin? Counters to Marin. How do you mean? Like, you're talking about encountering a Mother Talzin team on defense? Because I don't see that often. Is that what you mean? Or are you trying to set up... Are you talking about trying to set up your Jabba to best impede Marin? Let's... So you're talking about actually fighting the Night Sisters. Yeah, you do need to wait until everybody locks in Desecrim. Yeah, but I'm saying, like, for the purpose of, you can't be sure before you locked in, but you can't make any changes after you've locked in. So, yeah. For the purposes of your planning, I'm saying. Anyway. In general, since my gas was already used for defense. I've used Bad Batch in the past. You're able to lock them down, stop them from getting turns. You just quickly burn out the couple lives out of the zombie, and then Marin will do probably one revival, but you've got plenty of healing in the team to kick the plague off you guys. Ideally, you maybe you do your cooldown increase on Asajj so that she doesn't dispel you, because that will be her first move, and it's really tough for Bad Batch if they get all those buffs dispelled, so try to prevent that. But Bad Batch, I recall, has worked for me. Gas is a very classic counter to that because it's breaking the revival mechanic. Nobody gets it all. Let's see. I mean, CLS should work. I remember in metas of the past using Mother Talzin versus CLS, and it's a fight you can lose. And if you lose it, they end up having pretty high banners at the end of that. So, JMK for these. Yeah, I was just trying to get a feat point out of that, but sure, we can do JMK. That's fine. Anyway. Thing is, people in Chromium and Rhodium tend to put really annoying things on front walls, and I end up not having a lot for back wall. I'll tell you what. We'll take a look at it again here in a second, okay? I'll pull up Insight and see if we can't find you some inspiration, because that is something I haven't encountered in years, is something like a Mother Talzin team bottom front. Anyway. Yeah. Frick Frack, hey man. Another patron showing out. Good to see you. A-Task, glad I could catch the chill stream. Glad you're here, man. Got questions? We got answers. We're just slowly working our way through Sector 5 and dealing with everyone's burning Swigger-related questions. You finally might have Wampa ready. Wampa's amazing. Especially, yeah, if you're seeing a lot of B teams, maybe even C teams on defense, Wampa's clean money. Leave Brittany alone, damn it. Honestly, you're supposed to be dead. Absolute worst tank job. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Padme, for providing some value. Mildly terrifying. Actually, I can get his Zeta, now you'll have his Omicron. Good stuff, good stuff. Where is Erodium in TV these days? They're doing real strong. I want to say, what, like 47, 48? Something like that. That's just another mode where, you know, I think I've got very high waves. So, I think I'm doing well by the guild. We can take a quick look. Oh, hey, Desecrim. So I re-roll crit chance 3 times this morning. Every single roll was just 2 more crit chance. Sorry to hear that. I have those days more often than I'd like. But yeah, let's see. So this is the new TV round. So where are we at right now? 36. So I don't know what this will end up being. What do you think will end up being? I want to say they're going for 46, 47. But yeah, number 1. Yeah, number 1. What does that mean? Territory points. Oh. Well. Selected phase. Well, leaderboard. Yeah. Yeah, boy! Look at that. Look at that. Your boy's pulling his weight. That's what matters. Excuse me. Alright. Back to it. Let's see. How much tenacity do I recommend? For who? Oh, for Wampa. So she gets an extra 100%. I would say, I want to say I've had her somewhere like around between 130 and 140, and that's quite enough to impede most. That's true. Nice. Yeah. Okay. It'll soon be out. That we already did this, right? Yeah. Can't target him. Yeah, because he's still exiled. Do this. Your ability blocked. Okay. Mm-hmm. Alright, so we failed the Exile Ezra thing. We got a completion. Yeah, it'll be kind of hard to get that. We'll try that with Spectre here. So first, what's the one I'm going to do for... No Jedi. Bam. What am I doing for them? Your Wompster. Oh, that's right. We need to take a look at Wampa. Where you at, big girl? Yeah, all right. So 133. So, yeah, I mean, 233% tenacity is pretty damn good. You'd have to make quite a deliberate effort, at which point, you know, they're probably using a datacron to achieve that level of potency. Ideally, you could just apply a cron with tenacity to oppose, and then you'd be all right. Dagger says, this may be the lamest stream ever. Not even red boxed yet, scrub. Appreciate it. Always helpful. That's our Dagger. You want to join me on Stream, Dagger? I'll jump into the Stream Voice channel if you want to chit-chat. But otherwise, yeah, I'm just chilling, taking people's questions. Nice, Kylo. Enjoy your afternoon. I like that. I like that. Yeah, Ryrock. Yeah, they can't all be top grade. Yes, she doesn't have the utmost tenacity, but I think we're in a good spot. A lot of offense added here as well. So, and then I have a very strong health pool, good base of speed. This is really well optimized for how I use her. We could probably have higher tenacity if I didn't have, you know, divided health and tenacity sets. What's up, sweetness? What do we got here? Yeah, boy. Rewards. Alright. Where were we? Let's just do full Spectre and see what happens. Yeah, Dagger has COD zombies. He does. I guess you. How many turns you guys gonna get? Damn. Not really the way I want to do it. Yeah, so backup doesn't matter, but we can't actually kill here, so that doesn't matter either. So I'll do this. The mass assist? Nah, just do that. Alright, we need to use kill. Damn, not really the droid I'm looking for. Okay, there could be a chance. Aha! Alright. Throw it on auto. We got the droid we were looking for. Stopper says, I will also be able to apply another Omicron. Is Radis better on defense or on offense? It's tough to say. If you're in a Rhodium or like I think you said you're in a Rhodium, it could be a significant defense team, but stuff like Bounty Hunters counters it. It depends on the level of game knowledge of your opponent, I would say. I think that on offense, you know, stuff like people who like to set Iden, depending on the meta. Right now, there is an Imperial Trooper's Crown from set 19. Iden is very reasonable to expect on defense. And Radis makes short work of it. So there are opportunities for high banner offensive applications of that team. No Jedi Sith are equals, huh? Bounty hunters? How do we want to do it? It's got to be Aura then. We're just going to do the Aura thing here and see if we can't pull it off. And not Zam, right? No need for Zam. So what, Fennec? Something like that. I'm wanting more on offense, so I also need to climb back into a Rhodium. I just want more offensive teams. I understand. I have been there. Alright, we got pushed back. It's not my fave. Everybody be cool. Be cool. Really gotta be cool. I can't really insist enough on the significance of being cool. Stop it. Man, this is gonna hurt. Stop it. Oh, dude, you lapped me twice? Twice? Well, that's the end of that. I want to try it for funsies, but that didn't work. Yeah, so MJ asks, let me ask the real question. Why should I care for the new and improved when the battlefield remains the same? What are we talking about? Not sure. I'm not 100% sure I'm on plan with what you're talking about. Since Chromium is easy to clear, but Erodium is where I begin to run out of things. That's why you're saying you want to have extra teams on offense. It's good that you see that you need to do that. Probably a good call. Which means that you do need to set more interesting choice teams for your bottom front, right? If you're going to offer less substance teams on defense. Trickier choices. For me, that would mean a very intense scout looking to see specifically how he likes to do non-GL counters and seeing what kind of choices I can set him up with a draw. Everybody be cool. Okay, I'm not opposed to this. This could still work. One. Yeah, it's not exactly the droid I was looking for, but thank you. Do you get to take a turn before the end of time? Yes, but not a productive one. Uh-huh. On back. Right, nobody comes back because it's gas. And we're still Stone Aged. Dagger says, what are your revised thoughts regarding my Datacron video? Do you really, do you think you'll reevaluate your criteria when initially evaluating Datacron level 9s? I don't know. The thrust behind those Datacron videos, when I put those out, the intent is that they come out early in the season, right? So it's kind of the idea is make sure that if you're active in Conquest that you're going for these, and the sooner you have them, the better. It's not meant to be exhaustive. It isn't meant to be comprehensive, but it is meant to be directional. So as far as like going back and updating it, I don't think I'll do that for Datacron videos, but as far as changing how I would approach future videos, I don't know. What do you think's really missing? Because the timing of when they come out, I don't know how much better you can really do. You're kind of just looking, reading the tea leaves for what they are at the time. All right, Alright, so that wasn't good. I forget what I did with this last time. I did something easy that overwhelmed it. I don't know if Gungans does it. Nah, not Phoenix. Can't be Jedi. I don't think I use Grievous for that. Night Sisters? I don't think I even need these. What I mean is that you guys have missed on most of your evaluations season by season, which is why I ask. Respectfully, I think that's your view. I think for the most part they've been pretty spot on with the ones that are must-see. Yeah. I don't agree with your assessment. Become doomed? Sit? This is kind of a neat behavior to look at. So, yeah, if he gets to go out ahead and take a turn, does that ever make a difference? So that triggers him to sit, then he comes right back up. So the question is, does he get a turn here, and then what happens? Does that make him sit and stay seated? No, it's just going to bug it eternally. Okay. I don't think I've ever done this, so that's kind of cool to see. Alright. So, put Doom here then, I guess. And then we have to just kill him properly. Let's see. The obvious ones are obvious, but your takes on the lower meta ones have been consistently off. I mean, you'd have to be specific as far as the lower meta ones. That's the problem is, you know, I can only give advice from the point of view of the game that I'm playing in, right? Like, if you're saying that some of my recommendations are not giving full respect to how somebody in a lower level of play might make the most of it, what do you want me to do? Bullshit you? You know what I'm saying? I mean, sit down. Sure. Yeah, we made it. Let's see. You put Wicked on in the background? I hadn't seen that either. Fair enough. Yeah, I've seen recent pictures. I wanted to think that they were Photoshop, but Ariana Grande is looking to be in a dangerous state of health. Is Pow the fifth in the Radis team? I'd say, you know, Radis, Jin. If you're putting it on defense, I guess, like Radis, Jin, Baze is probably a super solid call. Baze goes well with like that's like a core three that I would stand by in general. The last two could be mixed up. I like the idea of K2 and Cassian. They're great. You could go Chirrut, and then someone else. I don't know, Chirrut Cassian, maybe. Something like that. SRP can be tricky because if they don't account for the revival from SRP in the team, you can just time out and lose on that. You have a few variations. Right now you're thinking Radis, Cassian, K2, Jin, and Pow. I'm not really feeling the Pow. I'm not really seeing, like, yeah, I'm not feeling Pow. I'm open to why you think Pow is a good one though, but I'm not feeling it. But yeah, Dagger, if you're hanging around, I'm happy to get in voice and we can talk about what you think can be improved in those videos. Because if there's room for actual improvement, that'll help, fine. But I don't want to sit there and prognosticate about what I don't know, talking about how to get the most value of something out of a lower level meta. I'm in stream voice if you want to pop in, man. Okay, I'll have to follow up with some DMs after stream. Interesting possibilities in the near future. Goofy stuff, man. Some goofy stuff out there. No, I don't feel like you're taking a personal dig at me, Dagger. It's okay. I just, yeah, I you know, I'm not going to lie to the people. I'm not going to make shit up, so. Yeah, Sopper, Sopper says, I don't even know what POW does apart from the scream and offense up. Those things are powerful for Mon Mothma. I don't think it makes a lot of difference for Radis, especially since Radis's own thing provides them with a lot of buffs, right? Including offense up somewhere. But anyway, Dagger says, I'm not trying to take digs at him or Aesop. I'm just saying that the takes on the non-obvious Krons seem to ignore relatively big mechanics. The CAD, Kyle, and Death Trooper Krons were almost completely overlooked. No, we mentioned Cal. Death, I said, I did say is probably not that great. We mentioned it only in passing that the TMR might be useful for some applications. Fine. CAD, I'm not convinced of CAD, and neither is he. The fact that you are doesn't make it right. It makes it optional, and we said as much, but I wasn't going to stand for it. And the Kyle Kron, I don't think we did talk about the Kyle Kron much, so maybe you have a point. Let me take a look and see. Whenever Kyle Katarn inflicts a debuff, he recovers 25% of his max health and max protection. I see why I didn't immediately mention it. I don't see... What is it? What is it that makes that level 9 so awesome? If you're focusing down Kyle in a Saw team, that could make Kyle problematic to finish off, but... If the focus of those videos is to talk, about the set in general, and then at least cover the must-see TV Datacrons, the ones that you really should be picking up, why does this one make the cut for you? Because I'm not really seeing that. Regardless of me being convinced or not, well, it's about me and Aesop being convinced, first of all. It has performed much better in TW, fortunately I'm not a TW content creator, than Mob Enforcer, and about on par with Embo, which I did say was probably going to be good, and I liked Mob conceptually, but I did say in the video that I didn't know how good it would actually be. So you're not asking me to agree. No, but you are asking me to emphasize things that I'm not seeing the case for. What do I care that CAD is the better, far and away maybe the better choice in TW, which I also don't, I haven't seen anything that necessarily suggests that. I've heard of the horror stories of fighting Embo. So, anyway. Captain Han in any era of the game is useless, says MJ. I wish he were more useful. He's not a terrible character. I mean, he is kind of a terrible character, but yeah. Kyle's Kron is useless unless it's with Saw. I mean, I can see that if you're setting Kyle Katarna on defense, it almost entirely would be with Saw. And he would be a priority target to kill, so it could give him some longevity. He has a basic that can land a debuff, just ability block, and then his third applies a bunch of crap, right? Like, I think at least 2 debuffs, so yeah, there could be significant restoration there, but as far as, again, meta-defining, I don't see it. So, again, you're free to disagree with me on how we're prioritizing things, but Aesop and I do try to meet a few minutes in advance before we record those, and we kind of come to an understanding about which ones we do think are the early winners. And that's the thrust in which those are given, right? It's not meant to be exhaustive, comprehensive, fully encompassing, but meant to hit the high notes. And I don't think anybody's trying to sit here and say that the Kyle Katarn level 9 is a high note from the set.
Well, it actually is performed about as well as
Wait. Before you start talking, I got to turn on your... I didn't turn on your volume on the thing, so... Oh. Dagger just jumped into chat. Hold on. Yeah, we'll speed up the conversation if he's going to get in here and kvetch with me. All right, go ahead.
Oh, first, can we at least agree that you'll read my comments for face value and not say things I didn't say?
I'm just saying. What you're saying and what I'm saying are both right on out.
What I'm saying is, you said that I somewhere claimed that the Cad Bane is outperforming Embo, when my literal statement was, it has been roughly the same as Embo.
Yeah, you said that here, but you and I, come on, you and I have conversations long and outside of this specific chat where you have said to me voice that you think Cad was better, so let's not pretend like you haven't made that position. What are we doing here? What was my latest position regarding them? Because I'm pretty sure we had this conversation. Okay, if we're restricting the domain of all the times we talked to just today, then I was out of line, and I owe you an apology, which you'll get sometime between now and then.
What I'm saying is, less than a week ago, we had a conversation about how a month ago we had a conversation about when I tried the Embocron in Arena, and I was not prepared for how fast his damage would stack. And I didn't take that into consideration, which moved it ahead of Cad for myself. So this is a month ago that I said the Embo one was better. So I'm just saying, like, my initial thoughts when I was looking at them, yes, Cad was the best one. My now revised thoughts is that it's Embo, then it's Cad, and Bob unfortunately doesn't exist.
Yeah, I don't think that's
that particular one.
I don't think that's an unfair point.
When it comes to Kyle, if you go and look at the stats, it's roughly on par with how Krex is doing. So if he's performing at the same level as Krex with his Datacron, that is significantly better than previous seasons. Right?
Not, but so what you are saying is that look at the coincidence of Kyle having strong defensive success, or at least comparable to Krex instead, and see that this level 9 Datacron is present. I can accept that. I don't accept that the level 9 is inextricably linked to that success.
It is, though. The level 6 specifically is. The level 9 is less so.
Well, okay, but you specifically cited the 9. I agree the 6 is actually the banger here.
Well, in order to have the Kyle level 9, you have to have the Mercenary level 6.
Yeah, I understand that.
And the additional survivability is super important.
Oh, shit. Hey, it's Nomads, man. Long time no see, Nomads. How you been, man? Good to see you in the stream.
He'd have me in voice chat more often, clearly.
Yeah, well, he pops up in voice chat fairly often, but, it's not often he can make it live for a stream. Glad to see you, man. You just decided to front load a whole hype train onto your back. It just started. It is already 84% through level 11. That is our man Nomads. What is that? Is that 50 gift subs, my man? Thank you so much. I would spend half the afternoon reading off these names. Oh my god, it's a lot. Thank you so much, man. Glad you showed up. Thank you for being here.
And to answer your question, Solific or
solipsistic. That's not an easy one.
To answer your question, I am on Bluetooth because you don't need to hear children. So yes, I definitely sound more like I'm in a tin can than normal.
Yeah, we got that echo fixed. All right, good.
There was an echo. I thought they were talking about my mic's quality, which is also significantly worse, seeing as I'm a...
It is worse, but no, it was a sound issue because I still had the music able to repeat, which is actually picking up my desktop
So you had
audio,
the
and then
echo.
I had you as a
Yeah.
separate source, so it was picking you up twice. So
Yes, okay.
thank you for handing out all those gift subs, Nomads. Appreciate that.
We love you, Nomads.
No-
Don't let Cass say it's just him that loves you.
That's sure.
We all love you here. Except TJ. TJ hates you.
Damn, that's rough. You know what? Keep the questions coming here. Dagger, why don't you field the next question that comes in if you're hanging around for a few minutes while I just quickly hit the men's room and I'll be right back, yeah? Leave you in
Sure.
Dagger's capable hands for the next question, and I'll come back on in at the end. Be right back for me. I'll leave the stream on though, so keep it rolling, folks. Chill with Dagger for a minute.
So, God, these names. SB Ovo. When you go on Insight and you filter by like R7 or R8, you end up seeing. Hold on, I gotta turn the volume down on my phone because I'm echoing in my own. Okay. Yeah, so you end up hearing, or you end up seeing that the hold rates are similar, or the gap closes. And if you go look a couple seasons back, there's a much wider gap in hold percentage with Krex. And if you listen to the Plotting and Scheming show, we frequently talk about how Krex is the gatekeeper to beating Saw easily and having to upgrade your Saw counter. Historically, Kyle has been something you could prey on them using. And as far as the crowd on offense, you're seeing Krex right now is beating Queen Amidala. And that fight is quite a bit easier with the Kyle crowd. God, this echo is not fixed. Mon Mothma is also much better with the Kyle Kron because you get additional attacks and additional survivability, which makes her better against GLs and maybe can finally break out of the holy shit. Nomads out here. There has to be a cooldown on this. Nomads is single-handedly going to meet Tass's gift goal today. Good fucking lord. Exactly, S. Bovo. Yes, it allows for Krex to be pulled and for applications elsewhere. Oh, Nomads, you are amazing. Man, when Tass gets here, I'm gonna see if he'll do a dance or something. Because Jesus. We're gonna have to get Tass to do the truffle shuffle on stream. Maybe get a stream banned. Man. See, this is why every single patron announcement has no one and only Nomad Reaper at the end. Oh, so incredibly generous.
All right. We're coming back.
To answer your question, Ray Rock, yes, it is a little insane that or crazy that you're doing 75 and 100s on stats on some mods. it's not the most crazy thing, but man, the resources used there could, in my opinion, be used elsewhere to much greater effect.
Is this 100? Did I miss another set of 100? It's 150 right now, Nomads? Holy shit, dude. Thank you so much.
You did.
This is a level 16 hype train on a random damn Saturday. Thank you so much, dude. Wow.
Yeah, this started off as a coffee and chill and ended up in a Nomads carry as a hype train.
That's awesome, man. Thank you. Thank you.
I was telling the chat that this is why Nomads has his own tier on the Patreon thing, because he's so incredibly generous.
That's right, man. Nobody's done it as big as Nomads. Ever. Ever. Not even close. Let me check.
The problem, SB Vovo, is that in 5s, I think Saw is worse than in 3s by a fair margin. Not just because once other teams get more characters, they scale better, but because there's only 22 teams, and Saw is like in the 20s in 3v3. And even if he stays in the mid-20s in 5v5, he is off the board.
20. I just missed this. 20,000 bits from Nomads. Thanks so much, man. Just beating the brakes off it. What is this? It's, 16%. Sorry, 21% through level 16. Just absolutely freaking nuts. Yeah, Kylo says, bro, that's more donations than Zareth and Eda. So there's only one Nomads Reaper, guys. You've seen it. It's happened here before. He'll pop in from time to time. It's incredible. Thank you so much, man.
Dude, Nomads is amazing. Don't let us... Remind us periodically to just sing this man's praises, because he...
Like you said,
he's on the other side.
He gets his props, even if he doesn't have time to show up for months at a time. He still gets his props out here.
Yeah, he's on the other side now, but as former guildmates of his as well, he wasn't a stranger to the gifting his guildmates either.
Thank you, big deal. 100 biddies. Thank you. The hype train continues to roll. I don't see the time left on it, but I see it's still out there. So thank you very, very much. Nomads is the GOAT. It's, yeah. If you didn't already know, now you know.
Yes.
Thank you so much, man. That's incredible. All right, Nomads has done his part. You guys are welcome to carry this hype train as far as you want, because you could scarcely ask for any more or any more love from Nomads. So thank you so much, man. Dagger was going to try to make me dance. I mean, I will embarrass myself at Nomads request.
I said you should do the truffle shuffle for this.
Oh no, I don't think I will. I don't want you to see my abdomen crisscrossed with cat claw scars.
How many subs for you to do the truffle shuffle?
No.
I tried, Chad. I tried. Hey, I'll do the truffle shuffle on Tash's stream.
Yeah, he can do. You know what? Sure. How about that? Want to set a sub goal for Dagger to truffle shuffle on my stream? Yeah, we can set a goal for that.
Tash just sounds like he doesn't like money. Everybody has a number. Tash just isn't willing to acknowledge that he has a number.
I'm sorry. I just know that the internet is forever. And I just know that the next time I'm going for that really big job interview, the career definer, the one that's really going to take me to that next level, late in the process, I'm going to have somebody from HR pull out their phone, turn to me and say, "This you?" And they got me out there, gesticulating for the camera. So no, I don't think so. 1,000 subs. 1,000 subs to make it. Wow, 1,000 is a very high number, Kyle. I think the highest I've ever had concurrently. I think the highest I've ever had concurrently, and this is mostly Nomad's Fuel, would be something like 230s, maybe under 250. I think 1,000's quite ambitious. Let's see. Do I still have the button?
Look. I'm just saying you have a number. I'm not saying it's a realistic number, but let's not pretend that there isn't a number.
That's fair.
That's my whole point. Like you can sit there and be like, and I ask you how many, and your answer can be no. but you do have an answer.
I do. I mean, if we're talking like deny myself future jobs money, sure, we can go there. But is that the there that you're really trying to go?
No. I'm just saying, like, for like, let's say 500 subs. I would
Nomads is determined. First of all, I have to set a new sub goal on Twitch. All right. If this 1,000 things actually got legs, fine. I'll make it. Where is the sub goal button?
I was joking.
Rate a channel, manage goals. No, that's the one I wanted. Where's manage goals?
I feel like, and I mean no shade to Tass with this, but I feel like we are going to quickly get to the point where people who don't know who Tass is are about to start getting subs.
Awesome. Oh my God, is it seriously 300 subs gifted?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Nomads. Holy crap.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like,
wow. I mean, what do you say at a certain point? Thank you so much, man.
Just for context, he's gifted about as many subs today as you have Discord members.
Yeah. Insane. Thank you so much, man. Did that update? Did that update correctly? Sub goal.
Mine says 590.
Why did that turn off? Why did that change?
Has Nomads even said a word in chat besides Nomads gifted? Besides the system say Nomads gifted? I'm scrolling up because I can't even scroll up high enough because of all the sub gifts.
Customize progress bar. Browser source. Oh, that's why. I get it now. Copy. Okay, I think I can figure it out. I'm such a clever lad. He said, confidently. Hit okay?
Fantastic.
Does that work? It technically works. It's not a priceless work of art, but I liked it better the way it was before. Holy crap, this is insane. 326 subs. I think this is a channel record, first of all. So again, thank you, Nomads, as always. Please slide. Damn it. It's almost perfect, but not quite.
I'm also trying to schedule my incoming hospital visit for health reasons for the next in-between week.
Why?
Because that way I don't have to skip out on GAC.
Okay. Fantastic.
I just want to let people know that I am actively scheduling real-life things around...
That is fabulous. Wow, thank you so much. Hey, Dr. PP. Follow the channel. Great name. But, that's to what Dagger just said. Somebody's letting somebody know that the subs are just being gifted out. So just tell your ma. Tell your ma's ma. Have everybody pull up twitch.tv/Tassening. Because you've got Nomads out here doing the Oprah Winfrey meme. You get a sub, and you get a sub. Everybody gets a sub. It's good. Wow. This is nuts. Thank you, guys. All right. Do I dare get back to Conquest? Wow.
Nobody's here for Conquest, I'm going to be honest with you.
You shush. Watching me spend 4 attempts trying to get past 1 node. You are obligated.
Dude, how are you failing Conquest fights?
I offer you the following explanation. Your mum.
True as that may be.
Okay. All right.
Ads are over. According to my phone.
Accept your violent dismissal thusly,
How are you not? Are you doing the 100s?
I think I'm still on the 50s, honestly. You got here, gosh, only 45 minutes ago, an hour ago? Like, this has been going for a long time.
No. I mean, this whole Conquest, are you doing the 100s?
Yeah. Even on the days where I'm just refreshing and blowing it on reroll mats or whatever, I'm still going through the 100s, yeah.
And you haven't red boxed yet?
No, because I got to Sector 4 on day 3 and grounded for like...
Fuck?
Because I got through. Oh my God, he's doing another set. That's another 50. Holy crap! What is this? 426. That's another.
50.
That was
That's
another
not
100.
50.
Holy crap! This.
Cass is doing the.
I might
Cass
get
is doing the
audited by
truffle shuffle on
Doge.
stream today.
I might get audited by Doge. There's people that have been dead for 5 years getting Twitch subs right now. Oh my God, that's incredible. Thank you so much, man. This is absolutely a channel record. Even for you, this is a channel record. So, thank you. My God, man. Beating the brakes off it. What is this? This is a level 19 hype train. So, I want to say...
You should screen cap this.
Yeah, well, I know he's done, this isn't the highest he's ever done, but I want to say that, like, this is the most he's ever given out in one time, because this might have been, like, I remember we had a hype train going, and he pushed it up into the 20s, right? We've been, like, 21, 22, 23 like that, I want to say, like, just once. Like, this is nuts. But this is still, like, indisputably the most subs I think I've ever seen Nomads do. So thank you so much. And then, like, what, 20,000 biddies besides? God, thank you, man. Thank you. You know, again, let me check my DMs.
Yeah, your dinger's gonna be going till Monday.
Yes, it will be. It really will be. Please don't refer to it as my dinger anymore.
I don't. Your notifications eat shit. Small children have the funniest names for alarms and notifications, and I picked those up.
Mm-hmm. What did I do this?
I have to watch my language on Twitch so I don't get clipped.
No, I think you get a pretty wide leash with language. It's mostly copyrighted material that gets you into the banter.
No. I'm worried about getting clipped. I'm not worried about Twitch saying banning me. I'm worried about getting clipped.
That's fair. That's fair. That is fair. See, HR exists for you too. That's a thing. Thank you.
I was gonna say rubbed off, but you can't say that when it's preceded by, certain things.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you for the follow, Grendel. Appreciate it. Vinal Tabi, sorry for my lack of knowledge. What are these subs, biddies, all that stuff? Yeah, you're watching in from YouTube. That's Twitch's stuff. So, like Twitch, you can, just like how when you subscribe on YouTube, you're following the channel, right? You have to do the join button to actually do like a paid subscription. On Twitch, you follow the channel for free. That's the equivalent of a YouTube subscribe. And then you can support the channel, like subscribing to the channel for like $5 a month with a subscription. You can do recurring subscriptions, gift subscriptions, and you know how it is. Like, the more of them you buy, you get a discount on it, blah, 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 blah. But the point is that here over on Twitch, Nomads is gifted out at least 400 subs plus 20,000 bits. I think it's, what is it? 100 bits to $1 is how it works.
Something like that.
Yeah,
I believe that's correct.
So do the napkin math yourself, but it's pretty outrageous, and love Nomads. It's not the first time he has shown this level of love. Maybe not this exactly so high, because this is insane, but something like this before many times. He's just that dude. And he's been that dude.
Thank you, Whitefly.
Whitefly gifted a sub. The spirit of giving is upon us. It's Christmas in March. We can call it an early birthday present to me, really, because my birthday's in 6 days. So,
Ass also won't shill for himself, but 43 seconds left on this hype train, guys.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even see that, because I don't see that.
Yeah, because you're just not that guy. You don't look at it. You don't look at it like that.
Yeah.
That's okay.
That's fair. It's all love. So much appreciate. God, we just broke into level. We just crossed level 19, so that refreshes the time. Jeez. That's because 100 more biddies from Ryrock. On top of that gift sub from Whitefly, and then 10,000 more biddies from Nomads. Outrageous. Thank you, man. I'm running out of... I need more adjectives. We're going to end up having to go like 80s. Like that is like tubular, man.
And he would understand those references.
He would. Yeah. Gonna start using adjectives that go with the names of the hidden levels on Super Mario World, if you remember.
Nomad's out here being his grooviest self.
That's right. Groovy's another decade earlier, I think. But I take the spirit.
Yeah, and I know it's a decade earlier. That's why I pushed it.
That's true. Yeah, now you're really deep, reaching deep.
And Nomads remembers those years too.
Man, just going hard for the man.
I'm sorry, Nomads. I love you. I love you. One day he'll tell us all what year he was born.
So maybe I'm misremembering, or maybe it periodically gets reset on Twitch, but it says this is a new record. This says a new record of a level 20 hype train on this channel. I don't know if anybody's ever gotten it this good on Twitch before for Swugga, but I'd like to say this is a top 1% Swugga experience. Like, I don't know. Very lucky. Very, very privileged. Thank you so much, man. This is a guy who doesn't play the game anymore, guys. That's love. That's love. That's what that is.
Are you going to be on Tribe Talk tomorrow, Tess?
I was invited, and I will be in attendance.
Nice.
Yeah, Scribe popped in, and the invitation was made, and I checked. I am available. It's done. It's a done deal.
I'm going to be honest, Tash, you're always available.
You, shush.
The availability part was not what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I just saw that Ray Rock said that you were asked what kind of pizza you were getting, and I figured I would make sure that I connected up.
You know, Nomads, if you're in the chat, what kind of pizza should I have tomorrow? You can pick. I'm pretty sure I can get just about any type around here, but I know what I want you to pick, and I'm willing it into the ether. We'll see if you pick up on it.
I hope he picks what I hope he picks.
He better not pick what you like, because I know what you like, and you're a degenerate.
No. I know what you don't like, and he was present for the conversation of what you don't like.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm saying that's what he says.
Yeah. Wow. Level 20 hype train. Yeah, that little chime's just going to be going until probably the end of week 1 of Grand Arena. Outrageous. 427 subs. Absolutely the highest, I think, on this channel ever. So, to Nomads and everybody that has made... Where are we at with the time on this? Because, yeah, this is just incredible. Okay, little time left, but I gotta say, this is an insane ride. Awesome emotes about to be spammed. I feel it.
You should make more emotes for your channel. You only have 2.
I should put up some more.
I mean, you have more on your Discord than you do on your Twitch. You can at least port the ones from Discord to Twitch.
That is also fair. I will do that. And I also keep getting... I'm like... Probably like tomorrow morning, I'm in secret going to get the Marok video done because people keep asking and I keep slacking and I need to do that.
Have you done the Shin one yet?
Yeah, that one's been done. It's the other one that's long overdue. That's the droid I'm looking for. Damn, this is incredible. Yeah, thank you so much, Nomads. Everybody gets a gift sub today. Spread the gospel of Nomads, no matter where you go. Let it be known.
I swear, Nomads just has a notification on his phone of whenever you're about to have a hype train.
Yeah.
And it's like, one more donation to a hype train. Nomads is like, hold my beer.
Okay, Nomads just DM me what he wants to see on my pizza. He said anchovies. All right, now dig this. I like anchovies. All right, we got a new emote. Super hype train emote. What is that? Goblin Jam? Is that specifically for level 20? This is the new all-time record. 19% through a level 20 hype train. Thank you, everybody who participated, whether it was biddies, subs, But also, thank you so much, Nomad's Reaper. Just being the guy you are. This is why you get the shout out. This is why. Everybody who pays attention already knows. Yeah, still in the 50s. Man, we really have been just yakking it up. Hey, that is outstanding. Yeah, everybody on YouTube that's not used to the Twitch thing, yeah, like history being made type of thing. Maybe not for Twitch itself, possibly for Swugga on Twitch. I would hazard a possibly on that. So thank you so much, man. Anchovies, huh? I mean, I can eat that on anything. I can eat that on anything, so that's fine.
I'm actually not a big anchovies guy, but I don't actually mind anchovies on pizza all that much. It does kind of hide them a fair amount.
So my mother's side of the family is Sicilian, and there is a special pizza that, you know, my great grandmother still does make and can make, but she eventually finally taught her son, my grandfather, how to make it. So now there's more than one living person that knows how to make it. But anyway, it's called spingiuni. And it's a very like bready, like light, airy, doughy pizza. It's a very thick as far as like, you know, it's a tall pizza, but it's very spongy. And anyway, the sauce that you're putting on the top does have, you know, pureed anchovy in it, and it's got Parmesan cheese dusted and all this stuff. It's really, really delicious. We only ever get it at Christmas, and anchovies with pizza is early childhood memory for me. So it is always welcome. I don't have it often though, but I do like it actually. Yeah, anchovies are fish, right, Rock? Yeah. You're pulling my leg. You have to know that. Anchovies are in Caesar dressing. Yes, I do like Caesar dressing. But I love spingiuni. I always look forward to that come Christmas time.
For shame. You're playing Conquest on manual?
Out of habit, actually. Like, my brain's kind of on autopilot. That's still just going to keep on chiming. Fantastic. And how are we doing on this? Feet-wise. Yeah, so I was wrong about the evasion down. Evasion down is going to be GM1.
Just put the Omi on POW like an adult.
Why? Why?
Because then you do all of these in like 3 fights.
I'm good. Well, was it the evasion down? Yeah, so it needs to be the other one. All right.
Look, I did that. I remember equipping the POW Omi. It is probably one of the best quality of life Omis I've ever equipped.
You have said that before.
Every single buff and debuff feat in Conquest is instantly completed in like 3 to 5 fights max. I'm not trying to tell people to do it if they have other ideas of what to do with their Omis. Mm-hmm. But I would do that well before I did any T.TB Omi.
Yeah. No, I very much have enjoyed my TB Omis, the couple that I have picked up. So no regrets. Never regrets.
Oh, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the average player. You can do whatever you want.
That's fair.
I've seen your R9 choices. I'm not here to pretend like you're, peak decision making.
You're just jealous.
No, I have all the advice. I'm not jealous at all.
That's the stereotypical response. You're just jealous.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's a lot of things I could be jealous of. Your R9s just cannot be one of them. Again, thanks, Nomads.
Yeah. Fun fact. Yeah, we...
Yeah. Those who know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Don't forget, guys. I'm still down, and I'm sure Dagger is down to some degree to keep answering questions. So keep them coming.
I don't have YouTube pulled up, but yes.
That's all right. I'll read it off if it comes up. I've been doing that anyway. I do.
I'm on my phone because I'm also doing stuff around the house.
Yeah, I'll get the anchovies, but I'm gonna have to get them on the side because I don't think Mrs. T enjoys anchovies. And
Nope, the part of this is her suffering too.
no, I don't think so. I don't think that's an obligation.
Nomads, please confirm.
Nomads, please confirm. Yeah.
Nomads has done shit like this to me too.
Spovo said, I said it earlier, but I think Dagger converted me to the Cad Bane. He says Omicron. I'm sure he means Datacron. But yeah, I'm not here to say it's bad. I think I personally will prefer Embo, but there are those who expect good things from it. Yes.
Oh, yeah. I think Embo is better in TW marginally. And I think just in a vacuum, I think the Embo one is better. But I think the CAD one is like instant contract, which is really, really good against things like Afra.
Well, I'll tell you what. I see your question in the chat, Womp-Rat. Am I going to be helldiving later? First of all, you're going to be awake later? Yeah, you've been traveling and everything? You sure you don't want to just get some sleep? But if you're down, yeah, I'll probably be diving. Let's put up a poll real quick and see if there's interest in me helldiving.
I'd rather play zombies, but...
Do you have that, Womp-Rat? Yeah, I hear you for zombies. I guess I'd be amenable to both. I guess, although right now I really am enjoying Helldivers more.
Yeah. The difference is I don't enjoy Helldivers on 9s and 10s like you do.
Stream later, and if so, what? We'll do yes, Helldivers 2. Yes. COD Zombies, Black Ops 6. COD Zombies, we'll just say COD Zombies. And then, no, GTFO. Yeah, we'll do it like that. 5 minutes, I think? Yeah. Start poll. There you go. Content does not meet guidelines. Why does it not? Because of GTFO. It's got to be that. It didn't tell me why, but it's got to be that. And then I took the GTFO out, and then it let me do it. So there you go. All right, poll running for the next 10 minutes. What do you guys want me to do when this stream wraps up? Because I'll wrap it up, probably take, I don't know, not a terribly super long break, and then get back on, do some stomping.
And just so you know, if it is zombies, you get to hear me and Tass bicker and go back and forth. If it is not, you'll have to listen to him talk to other people.
Yeah, because if you're listening to Helldivers, it's mostly going to be Dagger saying, I died. So, yeah. Will I eat the pizza on stream? Ideally, I'll have the pizza here before Scribe's show, and I'll, if it's so important to you to see me eat it, I will eat it on stream, yes. But
videotape it and upload it to YouTube.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't want to know what you guys are going to do with recorded footage of me eating pizza. Look, I'm sure I don't want to.
You decided to sell box. I believe in your ability to to understand why.
I decided to sell some merch. By the way, thank you. Some of you guys have been jumping on that merch, and I appreciate your orders. If you're seeing that your orders have been delayed, I followed up with the vendor, and they said that they had a supply chain issue in January that they're still catching up on orders from. So if you're wondering, so am I. I'm still waiting for my initial samples that I would love to show off here. But I see there's a few orders out there. Thank you. I'm personally keeping track of how this is going. So anyway, nice little plug there for the shop. Anchovy pizza. I don't even know that you can order an anchovy. I guess you can order anything you want, but that sounds gross. Honestly, just laid out anchovies like you would with pepperoni across the whole pizza. Having an anchovy, like, like out of the tin, like the whole little fish there, not the whole fish, but you know what I mean, the fillet or whatever. Putting one on a slice of pizza, quite nice. All right. You don't have zombies, but Clark is doing some later. Yeah, I think Clark does have zombies too.
He does. We have played with him on stream before.
Yeah. Stream later.
Oh, yeah,
If so, what was the name of the poll? But I forgot an L. Thank you.
And just another upside. We will fail in Helldivers, mostly because I will die.
All right, I've informed that we are going to be eating pizza tomorrow, so that's what's happening. That's what's up. All right. Yes, there will be pizzas, big deal. Don't you doubt it. Don't you doubt it. Well, with the score, you will be playing COD. Oh, yeah? It's COD so far? That's what the poll's looking like? I guess so. Damn.
See, the problem is you let people vote infinitely.
What does that mean?
It means I can just, make sure that I win.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Hold on. Oh, yeah, Dagger. Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw how you corrupted that.
Yeah.
Hold on. New poll.
No. No. How dare you deny my auto?
This. I invoke executive privilege.
I have an auto clicker on my phone that I just turned on.
That's disgusting. I hate it.
To be fair, I played within the parameters that you set out, which were none. You set no parameters for
I didn't know. Yes, Helldivers 2.
Oh, geez, Nomad's back.
Nomads is back?
I just saw him back in the chat.
Allow additional votes. I'm guessing that's the thing I have to uncheck.
Yes.
Okay, there we go. Now it's running, and yes. Okay, Death's Helm asks, Tass, thoughts on an R8 Shock T and Mace, mostly for raid, but what about overall? Well, first of all, Mace being a tank, great for Relic 8 in general. Up to Relic 9 is also a good value. As far as...
I'll tell you the same thing I'll tell everyone. The difference between R7 and R8 for tanks is negligible, so tanks are R7 or R9. So unless you're planning to R9 him, I probably wouldn't R8 him.
Regardless, I would apply higher relics to him before I would do it to Shock. Shock's not a waste, particularly if you're saying that it'll get you to that next tier of the raid with that team. Okay, fine, but I certainly would put Shock behind Mace in the priority. That's your penalty, Dagger. You forfeited those points for your scandalous behavior.
You allowed me to put my auto clicker on. I can also. You also forget that I can refund my points.
It's true. Administrative privilege.
Yeah. I can. Yeah. I don't, but just And I won't.
Yeah, Deshelm hitting max personal score, big deal. So nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I think Shock is a better R8. I think Mace is a better R9.
I see why you say that from the base of what you just said, but even though it isn't that much of a gain going from 7 to 8, he's going to be taking more damage sooner in the fight than she will, because she isn't even a priority target on the team she's on.
Well, where do you use either one in GAC?
JML.
Mace is on a lower quality team than Shock T. Shock T's with a GL. Mace is on like a Beck team. Or a Qui-Gon
Not
team.
all the time, but yeah, I mean, it can be that way, yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's why I do believe that Shock T is a better R8 than Mace. Because she's generally on better teams.
Mm-hmm. Hope you guys don't mind if I eat a little cheese and crackers on the side. I haven't eaten, so gotta get it in.
You are what you eat.
Yeah, the evasion downs at least will count. Okay. Jedi Cal. Evasion down. Could do Phoenix here. It is kind of annoying.
Yeah, I don't even know who does it. I don't even know who does buffs and debuffs anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't cost me much to apply that Omicron, but I don't know. Still just feels.
I'm
whack.
not saying you have to. I just give you crap because you don't have it.
Yeah, it feels
not
whack.
because I think that anybody should. I mean, I stand by. I would apply the Padawan Obi-Wan Omi before I applied any TW or TB Omis, because I don't think there are any TB Omis you actually need, and by that I mean I can auto every mission without using any Omis. So the quality of life gap between TB Omis and no TB Omis is basically nothing. But the quality of life gap for having the Padawan Obi-Wan Omi and not having it is wide.
Yeah,
That's my argument for it. Everyone else's results may vary on TB Omis.
How's it going, Wolf? Good to see you.
Oh, Wolfie's here?
How's that poll looking so far? Okay. Hey, yep, it's still looking in favor of zombies. If you guys want to see zombies, it looks like it's winning. If you want to see Helldivers, better get them votes in. I know what I'd prefer, but I will respect the will of the people.
Yeah, Tass would prefer to not game with me. Correct.
I just, I'm not going to do what you want to do just because you want to do it. You're not my dad. You can't tell me what to do. You can't make it sound like what you want is what I want.
I'm just saying I put it to the chat where you can vote for COD and you can hear us bicker, or you can vote for Helldivers and it'll be less entertaining.
You just can't help yourself but try to manipulate the voting.
I know what I want to do, and I'm willing to do what it takes to get what I want. Just because you aren't doesn't mean anything. Plus, you could just decide you're going to spring Helldivers anyways. So
that's right. Yeah, exactly. What do you mean? Like, executive privilege exists.
If you have questions, keep those coming.
Yeah, right. Keep it coming, guys. I'm just belting these out here, and as soon as I get through my 100s, which, yeah, this is taking a while, but when I get it done, I mean, we're going to jump on over. Probably get ready to play another game. And I will I'll raid out the stream, and end the stream for Swugga. And if you guys are watching another Swugga content creator that I raid to and you're enjoying that, sounds good. But otherwise, yeah, you'd be looking for me to come back within about 10 or so minutes. New stream for what presumably looks like Call of Duty. What's the results look like right now? Yep. Oh, somebody put some more votes on Helldivers, but it's still long away. Call of Duty. So, okay.
I think people are here for you and I's banter. I think that's what it is.
I think you're DMing people in droves and saying that you'll PayPal them $5 to vote for COD Zombies.
I think that I am out for a walk with my phone in my pocket.
A likely alibi.
I will turn my camera on for you, good sir. I just have to like turn the brightness up so I can see while I'm outside. Discord. Task.
Yeah, I guess Womp, you and Clark can carry on the good fight because it's looking. Yeah, exactly, Womp Rat. The 4 votes are all Dagger making alts quickly. Mm-hmm.
No, you can see I am outside with a bottle of water, going for a walk.
Mm-hmm.
I am doing nothing.
You did all the DMing ahead of time. Before you walked out the door.
I didn't even vote in the damn poll. I didn't even vote in the damn poll.
Again, a likely story.
Mm-hmm.
We all see the corrupting influence of Dagger.
I think the corrupting influence is wanting to hear me bully you like last time because you got Mr. Drunky McWasty Pants.
Absolutely nowhere near as drunk. I don't even have alcohol to get that kind of drunk.
Oh, should I send you more alcohol?
I mean, you can send me alcohol and I'll drink the alcohol, but I'm not trying to get drunk like I did that day because that sucked, man. That sucked. That next day sucked. When I tell you,
I'm not really drunk.
That isn't one of my top 5 hangovers, but it was a bad time.
I'm not sponsored, but Waterboy continues to outperform Liquid IV.
Okay.
Not sponsored.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're really good. That's what kept me from being complete shit, or stopped me from being complete shit the next day. Have one of those, and a liter of water before bed, and then wake up and do the same thing.
That's fair.
That's also how I made it through the in-between episode.
Oh, shush. You had a fine time.
No. I'm saying that I was...
Oh, you were you were not wasted. You were a bit drunk, I'd say, early on, and then you sobered up over it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if I didn't have that drink, it would have been much worse. Also, not sponsored. Get yourself a water carbonator. Shit's great. You can turn anything into a soda.
Yeah. That is cool. You have the alcohol for hell diving? Man, I'll tell you what, if we do a zombies run's usually about an hour and a half. I'd be willing to hell dive after that. Maybe not on stream.
That is
maybe.
A fair compromise.
Mm-hmm.
That is a fair compromise. I will. How about this? If we do a zombies, I will do a level 10 set with tasks, so everyone can mock and ridicule me for being shit at Helldive.
Then it's going to be a long day of streaming. I'm gonna have to buy dinner for the missus to compensate. So we will. if I'm telling her the camera's on all day, there will have to be compensation, and I'm willing to do that. If folks want to stick around all day to watch all that, I will do that.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like I will eat my veggies.
What am I doing here? I don't really care. I just want to finish these and probably just refresh at the end of this and just be done.
Still hear your dinger. I still hear your dinger in the background, dude.
Yeah, it's still going. Yeah. You listen to my dinger in the background. Let the sound of my dinger ring in your ears. Let my dinger ring. All right, so the poll is done. what is the final result? You will all be shocked to learn that, with 80% of 5 votes cast, you bums. Most folks are entirely indifferent. So 4 votes went to zombies. So apparently we're doing zombies.
It turns out Womprat's the only one who wants to do Helldivers on stream.
It's fair.
Couldn't even DM Clark to show up on stream to vote for Helldivers.
Damn. Basic vote manipulation tactics would have been a no-brainer for Dagger.
I didn't even vote. It would have just been worse. Hell, I might even voted for Helldivers so Womprat wasn't alone, because I already got what I wanted. I'm kidding, Womprat. I love you. How goes the Conquest task?
Yeah, Conquest is nearly done.
Are you winning, son?
Yes.
Yeah, boy.
Let's see. Oh, okay. I just got my TB assignment for what I have to platoon. Just one thing. Not bad. Man, that thing is still ringing. Is your chat working? Yes, I see you, Death Helm. I see you. Why? Did I miss something you said earlier? Let me scroll up and look.
Hey, Wolfie.
Oh, yeah. Death's Helm asked the both of us, am I applying Bad Batch GAC Omicrons, for the new team?
No.
Already done. Been done.
Well, me, yes. To everyone else, I would hold off to see what they're capable of first. But yes, I have similar to Tass, I have every Gakomi because I have the luxury of equipping every Gakomi. So, yes. But I would tell others to hold off until we know what the team is capable of. I don't know what percentage of people have the entire team at this point. I would assume that percentage is relatively small, though.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe not.
The poll was here on Twitch, Wolf. It was up for like 10 whole minutes.
Two of them.
I tried.
One that Tass let me use an auto clicker for, and one that he did not.
Dagger is a corrupting force in local elections. Be wary near Dagger.
You could just call me Elon Musk Jr. That makes Tass Trump. Dagger has been removed from the chat.
That's right. Dude.
No, that's a shout out to the guy who jokingly said that like a month ago about us when I was stopping Afra slander and people calling Ahsoka GLAT in chat.
Vinal Tabi asks, have you found a use for HK's Datacron yet in 5 vs 5? I mean, we haven't really gotten to do a lot with it. I also haven't gotten an HK Cron yet, so no. Short answer for me personally. I plan to get one though before lock-in. For use with Afra.
Would be
for use with Afra.
I think that's solid. I think you could make a team around HK using Sortie to put him in VIP.
Sure. People were doing that in 3 vs 3.
I think if you have it, it's natural home as Afra. I'm simply offering an alternative.
Yeah.
I know some people out there don't have her, and some people out there don't have her stooted and booted, so to speak.
And the Sortie team,
I don't think you need...
The Sortie team could absolutely be tricky enough. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yep, because I know people who have tried Bad Batch in 3s and absolutely gotten their shit pushed in by it. Old Bad Batch, to be clear. That was one of the predators to Sortie previously.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I will likely be using it with Afra, possibly on defense. See how my initial plan looks. But I don't plan to use Afra versus Jabba, and if I'm not doing that, the value of her team plummets significantly.
Out of curiosity, Wolf, if you had voted, what would you have voted for? Helldivers or COD? COD Zombies, specifically.
Yeah, it's not multiplayer. uh,
I grew up playing the old COD. I've had enough racist 10-year-olds for one lifetime. I don't need the multiplayer.
what's the thing we mentioned frequently? There's enough 10-year-olds who have told me what my mom is up to. I don't need more of them.
Not what up to. No, it's like you ever want to find out who your mom's been fucking, you
I
can
was fine.
get on Call of Duty and find out, which 10-year-olds are going to I fucked your mom. It's like, yeah.
Yeah,
Mom's
yeah.
out there just getting it done, I guess.
I did not expect my mom was as much a groomer as she was.
The more you know. Da, 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 da.
What was that from initially? The meme has ruined it for me.
The more you know?
Yeah.
It was actually like it would be after like cartoons or whatever on Saturday morning television. It would be like a little commercial segment meant for kids. It would be like a little factoid thing, like, did you know something 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 about the world? Blah 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 blah. And it'd
Right.
be like a 30-second clip or something, and then the
Yep.
end would be that little comment. The more you know. So it was like a
Yeah.
little educational snippet commercial thingy.
Yeah. I just the meme has supplanted its origin in my mind.
Mm-hmm. I get you.
Just like the Reading Rainbow and MythBusters.
Fair, fair.
Those of you who are old enough will remember I reject your reality and substitute my own. The elegant know you.
Mm-hmm.
Or nuh-uh.
We're still chiming, by the way, 10 years later.
I love you, nomads.
Yeah, outrageous. Thank you so much, man.
The gift that keeps on giving for at least the rest of the day.
That's right.
The dinger.
Dinger. All right. You next, I guess. No shock on any of you. Just chill. Okay.
And if there are no other questions, I just walked in the door, so I will hop off for now.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for popping in. We'll see you soon.
Yeah. I will see you guys for Zombies.
Mm-hmm. Wow, she is solid. All right. We're almost there, guys. Only a couple more fights and we're going to close down this Q&A coffee and chill stream. It's been a long haul. I've been here since what, 11 a.m.? So damn near 4 hours. And then give me 5-10 minutes and I'll start up the stream for Call of Duty Black Ops Zombies. If you're interested in seeing me and Dagger, survive hordes of the undead. Anybody else who wants to play with us, look me up. DM me. And we'll figure it out. We'll get you in the party. Can have up to 4. All right, massively overpowered. That seems like the no-brainer. And then one of these. And I don't really care with what. Yeah, you're already too low. There we go. Now we chill. Final question, folks. Nothing else? Taking it easy on me for the end here? All right. Just dump all these into rerolls. All right, that's enough Conquest for me. Okay, well, we just about made it to the end then. All right, so yeah, if, this is, I might do another one of these here before Grand Arena goes live. I might not. I'll let you know on Discord, but this has been fun. I will likely keep doing this in the off week. If you're not used to catching me live, of course,
answer the questions that are in chat.
I don't see. Oh shit, there are. Oh shit. Oh, it didn't update. Okay, hold on. Damn. Okay, hold on. Oh, I missed. Why does it do this? I missed some stuff. Why did it not update? My bad, guys. I was thinking nobody was talking, and there's like a bunch of people talking. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. KZX thought Jocasta new power level with Keller and Beck. I don't know. Somebody else asked this earlier. It's really tough to get a sense. Like, with as long as Jocasta's kit is, there's probably something heinous lurking there. But it's really difficult to see when we have, 3/5 of the team not really known yet. Like, you're thinking it's Jocasta and Kel, for sure, together. Okay, so what's the rest of it look like? We'll have to see. It's very, very difficult to see how good is good. All right. Yeah, NBC public service announcements. That was the more you know. That's right, Solipsistic. Somebody remembers. Do I think Dodgecrons will come back? Asked Depressed Wampa. I hope not, man. I think Dodge in any amount's pretty toxic because losing because I didn't have quite as much defense as somebody, and I didn't bring enough offense to bear. You could take an intelligent risk about, ooh, do I have enough offense to, or enough armor penetration or resistance penetration to counter their defense? And if I didn't, I kind of, I knew it was kind of risky going in. With Dodge, it's just kind of, if you're not using something that is mechanically overwhelming Dodge, so you're using teams that say, this can't be evaded. And there's a good handful of those, but when there's Dodge on Datacrons, whales, Krakens will have Dodge on every Datacron and have it in very high amounts. So you don't have that many teams with unevadable crap on it. And so that's when I think it's toxic, where you can look at it all you want. You can plan all you want. At some level, you have to accept that you just might get dodged to crap. Now, if you said, well, Tass, what if they brought in Dodge only up to 20%? I would grouse about it. I would grumble and make Yosemite Sam sounds about it. But I wouldn't be as mad if it was capped at a fairly low number. But before, when it was able to be up and over 100%, no, absolutely not. Never again. Nothing even remotely approaching that should ever be done again. So, let's see. What else? I want to make sure I caught up. Yeah, sorry I couldn't give you a better answer on that KCX. I just, it's too early for me to see what's really good there, Sorry. Best educational segment was always at the end of He-Man, says Vin. Yeah. Yeah, old times. Old times. Dagger says, I imagine that Jocasta will compete with at least one GL. You should think so, but I mean, how much does that mean? Many things can compete with one GL. So that's what I'm saying. Like, we can all offer our thoughts early. But as we were discussing earlier, they're designing Jocasta with a whole 5-man team in mind, and that includes characters that are not as yet released. So we're not even close to having the full picture. Just too early to say. Yeah, Dagger says, we already have base 30 to 45% dodge in kits, so I don't know what to tell you. Only in a couple of kits, which again goes to my point that I don't find it so noxious that if you have a team that mechanically itself has a lot of dodge involved, then you can plan to use a team that has unavailable stuff going on, and you can kind of line that up and prepare for that. But Datacrons where, again, if you're not really fighting whales or kraken, somebody that could do this, it maybe isn't so noxious. But for me, fighting somebody with all 100+% dodge crons is unacceptable. Like that's not a game. That's a gamble. That's I don't want to do that. So hopefully it stays away. Isn't evasion cron a form of dodge? Yeah, it is. Anything that gives you really high dodge is what I'm saying I have a real problem with, because especially if you can distribute that over your entire defense on Grand Arena. I don't think there's a good reason for that to exist. If you could have your entire defense having every team with 20-ish, maybe up to 40, let's say, as Dagger is saying, maybe up to 40% dodge, less than half the time, but getting close to it, maybe even 45 I could kind of live with. But you see what I'm saying. Like, that would be the absolute best mods, or best rolls on that Datacron to get up into the 40s on dodge. I don't even know if it should go that high. My point is, nothing like 100% dodge should ever exist again. There were less than 100 of those crons total the last time. I don't care what you're saying about that, Dagger. I'm telling you about what I fight. And if I'm fighting the guys that are doing it, that's what I have to worry about. And if the folks at home don't have to worry about that same problem, that's why I mention it as such. Appreciate, man, Biddy's still rolling in. Okay, yeah. Yeah, happy to field questions as long as we're getting questions, so that's fine. What did I miss? Thank you on the 400+ subs. Thank you, Solipsistic. Yeah, thank you to everybody who participated in the hype train earlier. And of course, certainly, thanks to Nomad's Reaper for backpacking the super majority of that, like a boss. Let's see here. Death's Helm had a question. I thought I answered Death Helm earlier. What's a surprise 5vs5 defense team that you think will be good? Yeah, I mean, looking at the Datacrons, it doesn't seem anything really Datacron-wise is going to be, like, from the level 9s is going to be that inspiring. But the one I was talking about earlier that I'm kind of sneakily looking forward to is, we have this Relic 9 Zalbar with the Omicron. He's a big boy. He's going to be taunting all the time. You've got, this interesting immunity, our light side, Old Republic, and the leader is not a Jedi. So you would have to have Carthanasi as the lead to take advantage of all this stuff, but I think that this alone, with the returning Taunt and Retribution, activates parts of Tarful's kit that I like a lot. I'm really looking forward to doing some type of Tarful thing. I'm going to have to work at it to think about what I would need to draw out of my opponent such that they feel taxed looking at a Tarful team. This looks kind of neat. I mean, I see why somebody was saying Carthanasi could be an interesting lead. I don't know. Maybe all of this extra stuff activated under his lead might be worth trying. The fact that the Joe lead can revive, yeah, I don't know. Ultimately, I think either way, when I think about it, something like Malgus should beat this, right? And it should beat it whether or not it's with Tarful, whether or not it's with Karth. That's kind of what I think. So I don't know how much difference it makes at the end, but one team that isn't necessarily obvious would be that. Like, I'm kind of looking forward to that. I put some more love into Tarful recently. Got him pretty damn fast, trying to see if I can get a good slice to push him right onto 360. Decent amount of armor added. That's kind of what I'm up to. Yeah, Dagger says, Karth unfortunately sucks, so I don't know what to do with that, but hopefully the Omi carries a team. That's really what it would have to be, yeah. I mean, because I was talking very early in this stream about how terrible I think Karth is. And I admittedly wasn't thinking about all of that 5 versus 5 tech, so I take the point. But I still don't know. I still don't know that it's that good. Yeah. How we doing on questions? Gavon says, Tarful Zalbar only need 3 Wookiees as well. Yes, you already have 2, so there's always room to theory craft the other 2. Exactly, and that's why I was thinking something like Veteran Han, Veteran Chewie, because Han gets the bonus from Tarful's 3rd, and then Mission to complement Zalbar. But you could make a reasonable case for virtually any other, 2 characters. Something like that. Yeah, Dagger says, I will have to be convinced that Karth is worth anything. And I really liked that team on its inception. It was 1,000 years ago, yeah. I mean, that was before Darth Revan, which was before GLs. It's just forever and a day ago that leadership was used, let alone, I don't know, relevant. So this Omicron would have to do a lot of lifting, and then you're having to think, what's it really going to block out? Maybe if you're at a part of the game where this Omicron is much more easily applied and these characters used than picking up your next GL. If you're at a part of the game where folks don't have all of their GLs and are missing some of the big power teams, stuff like that, this could be a serious defense with Karth and the Omicron. I don't know, but my gut is that, for me at least, if I'm using Zalbar, Omicron with any kind of intention in 5 vs 5, it's probably going to be with Tarful. Gavon says, Fulcrum was with Wookiees for me last season. Maybe Nest this time. I could absolutely see that. And certainly I was thinking that if I'm putting Tarful on defense, it would be with a set 20, light side 25% turn meter. So it could just as well be Nest, yeah. It could just as well. Dagger says, I wonder if Malik still solos a team, to be honest, but I'm sure there's at least some use case for the Omicron. Yeah, assuming you're talking there about the Karth setup. Yeah, certainly up in this neck of the woods, I don't think the Karth thing has legs. I could see it working when you might not have something overwhelming to throw at it, but I could easily see somebody clearing a front wall and having something on the order of Seer or Malgus to throw at it. Because especially in 5 vs 5, like, there's just not enough to tax like that. And if you have something like that to counter it, I don't know that it makes a difference. So, all right. Looks like we're caught up, guys. And yeah, wow, we've been at this a solid 4 hours now. So I think it is about time to close things down and get ready in the next 10 or so minutes to go back live for a Call of Duty Black Ops 6 Zombies stream with Dagger and up to 2 more of you if you want to join along. Yeah, so if you want to stay in touch for everything related to Swugga, of course you already know that I simulcast live here, twitch.tv/Tassinix, and on my YouTube channel, Tassinix Gaming. If you've not otherwise checked out my YouTube channel, I've got some great Swugga-related content on there that I think you would be interested in. Datacron set guide on set 20 that I make with Aesop Rock, #1 Grand Arena player in the world. Mod guides on characters and factions that you have requested. Let's see, how to mod the authoritative guide, if I do say so myself. Made in 2 parts with Dagger. GAC Omicron tier list, whole bunch of stuff. And it is a rebroadcasting point for my Grand Arena Focus podcast, Plotting and Scheming, where me and, Dagger, TJ, Sasha, Aisha, and Fatal, we break down the last week in the top 100 or thereabouts of Kyber 1 in Grand Arena. Talk about how we dealt with the meta matchups, our favorite attack and defense, what lessons we learned that we're taking for the week to come, and anything else that we think is worth sharing. Let's see. Just yesterday, the one wrapping up the third week of 3 vs 3 came out. Later here in this coming week, you'll have the preview episode for 5 vs 5. So check that out there. Naturally, the podcast is native to Spotify, but wherever you find an episode, check the description. There is an RSS feed link that you can copy-paste into your preferred podcast program and follow us there. Yeah, hey, you're welcome, Ryrock. Yeah, happy to field all the questions. Yeah, the sub chimes have finally ended. It did finally end. I can't believe it. Yes, it's true. But anyways, yeah. Anything that you check out on YouTube, though, appreciate if you like it, if you enjoyed the video. Hit subscribe on the channel to see more. Huge growth in the YouTube channel over the last year plus, and really appreciate you guys. So thank you for that support. If you want to go above and beyond the Call of Duty, if you really want to support the stream, there are a few ways to do it. First of all, there's Cash App. That's $Tassinix. Let's see if all these links are working today. So there's Cash App, there's my PayPal, which is tassinix@gmail.com. And, of course, if you want to get some enhanced bot power for your scouting, if you want to get early access to some of my content and some other bells and whistles, you got to check out my Patreon, patreon.com/Tassinix. For any upwardly mobile Grand Arena player, there is something there of interest for you. $5 a month gets you into the TAS House at VIP access level, where you get early access to plotting and scheming. That's usually coming out Friday mornings, 8 a.m. for the general audience on YouTube. Patrons are getting it as early as Tuesday night, within hours of us recording, so you can have that advanced edge on the first round of the week. You also get early access to the Datacron set guide videos, and of course, dedicated text and voice chat on Discord, where you can usually find me lurking, so pop on in and say hi. Thank you so much to Andrew, Banja, Deadpool Kyle 28, JJ's Productions Twitch, Jobin4527, Johnny B. Ottawa, Miasmal, Mus Ross, Rays Malbus, Sam Vimes, Sheepdog 47, Squed, Stark Strategy Gamer, Sweens 14, and White Wolf. Moving on up to the $10 a month tier is VIP Access Plus, where you get a bundled Patreon membership to me and to OmegaBot. At the start of every one of my Grand Arena streams, I always have an OmegaBot report pulled on my opponent. No other tool gives you such a powerful at-a-glance sense of what your opponent's about, offensively and defensively. Anyone can use it for free to get a report based on the opponent's last week, but patrons can build a custom report with any number of weeks, get a comprehensive picture. You also get a downloadable HTML version of the report with links that you can click that plug right back into swugga.gg or Insight, whichever one you use. So again, just helps you narrow your focus on the specific questions on the opponent, save you some time. Thank you so much to Dobby, Esh Satnikam, Snack Attack, and Striker. Moving on up to VIP Access Premium, that's $15 a month for the Double Bot Bundle. Some have said the greatest value bundle in all of Swugga because it is Patreon access to me, to OmegaBot, and to Hot Utils, the #1 tool for your mass mod management and loadout creation. A couple clicks can move you between your Grand Arena, TB, TW, raid mods. You can remod your roster comprehensively like Fatal and TJ like to do. You can slice through months of accrued mods in seconds, to say nothing of all of the TW functionality built into it. Thank you so much to Argots, Arj, Duckstab, Darkhug, Frick Frack Paddywhack, General Milan, Ibenek, Kev, Quig, Saldag, Sir Boss, Sophis, The Lost Womp Rat, Wilco, and Zoltre. And of course, at the top of the heap, the one, the only, Nomad's Reaper. As seen on today's stream, he will pop in from time to time and just blow the doors off this bitch. Hundreds of subs, thousands of biddies. Some of you have been hearing me say this so long, and you might have thought that was hyperbole. Let that be laid to rest, because over the years, no one else has given so much love and support to the stream as Nomad's Reaper. So thank you so much, my man. And of course, last but never least, our special thanks. First, Toyota Force, one of my original supporters way back in the day, bought me the mic that I'm speaking to you on right now, and even though he has long since quit the game, we wish him well from the other side. To Mrs. T, my wife, thank you for all you do in the background, whether it's providing me with coffee or alcohol so that I might debase myself on stream, or just, keeping our daughter from destroying our home while I'm otherwise busy trying to be halfway decent at a phone game. And of course, to Dagger, TJ, Sasha, Aisha, and Fatal, my co-hosts on Plotting and Scheming. Thank you guys so much for making yourselves available on a weekly basis to make our show. We're all busy guys. I respect and appreciate the trade-offs that we all make to get the show done, and we're damn near 2 years in, still getting it done on a weekly basis. I learn from you guys every week. Hopefully you pick up something from me from time to time, but regardless, the viewers pick up a lot from the experience, and that's what it's really all about. Wouldn't change a thing. You guys are a huge part of the success. Thank you so much. All right. Yeah, that's right. Oh, God, not that Womp Rat guy, says Lost Womp Rat in the chat. All right, let's move back on over. Like I said, I'll go ahead and raid you guys out to another Swugga streamer, but if you want to tune back into me here in about 10-ish minutes for some Call of Duty-related action, look for the chime to go out on my Discord. I think I might have forgotten to link that earlier. So there it is. But, until next time. Oh, shit, I have to start the raid. Please hold. Representative will be with you shortly. Okay, Nooch is the only one on right now, so we're setting that up. And, thank you all for tuning in. It was a blast fielding everybody's questions. Some really good stuff was asked, and I enjoy it. So thank you guys for a great afternoon. And, we'll pick back up shortly. Until next time, it's been real. It's been awesome. It's been real awesome. Take care.